This is Suds. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, very good. Okay, thank you. Am I supposed to make a statement about my location?
I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, thank you for moving it. Okay. I need a gallery. We have something like this size.
Good evening.
for pencils. I mean, it's like there's nothing that can fit in here, but like tissue or exactly. I have a couple of mints in there.
Good evening. At this time, we'd like to call to order the VTA Board of Directors meeting for Thursday, October 5th, 2023. Would the clerk please?
Recording in
excuse me.
progress.
Before beginning, I just want to give a brief safety moment. Please identify the nearest exit. The nearest AED is in the East Wing hallway. Board members Lee and Jane will be joining us remotely, and we will be doing roll call votes for all action items as a result. To members of the public who wish to address the board, if you're in person, we ask you to complete a blue speaker card, which is available at the back table. Please submit it to the board office staff before the item is heard. And virtual attendees can use the raise hand function in Zoom or press *9 if you're dialing in. We'll be inviting those who attended in person to speak first, followed by those who are on Zoom. So, Elaine, would you please call the roll?
Abekoga, Blankley,
Here.
Davis, here. Dean,
Here.
Foley,
Here.
Jane,
I'm here, but I can't start my video.
all right, we'll take care of that. Jimenez is absent. Kamei,
Here.
Lee,
Present, here, remote.
thank you. Lee Eng, Lee Eng is present. Lopez, Mahan, Montano, Rennie, Rennie's present. Torres,
Present.
Turner, Chavez,
Here.
Burt.
Here.
Chair, we have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you. So moving on to orders of the day, which is item 1.2, we have a revised agenda that reflects the staff recommendation for agenda item 7.1, the emergency interim housing item. We will hear this item at a time specific of approximately 6:30. And staff is requesting the following changes: to consider agenda item 6, the consent, after agenda item 4, public hearings, and to consider regular agenda item 7.2, which is the revised agreement for the BART Operations Control Center, after the consent agenda. Any changes from colleagues?
I will move approval.
Okay.
I will second.
All right.
This is for orders of the day, moved by Chavez, seconded by Kamei. Blankley,
Yes.
Davis, Dean,
Yes.
Foley. All right, I'll come back to you. Jane,
Yes.
thank you. Jane, yes. Kamei,
Yes.
Kamei. Lee,
Yes.
Lee, yes. Lopez, absent. Mahan, absent. Torres,
Yes.
Chavez,
Yes.
Burt.
Yes.
Motion
and
passed, Chair. Thank
Director
you.
Foley's.
Director Foley, for the orders of the day, do you vote? Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next item is awards and commendations, and I'll ask the Vice Chair to call our honorees. So, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for the honor to do this. Tonight, we're recognizing 11 employees whose heroic act saved lives and VTA property. And as I call your name, please come up to where our GM, Carolyn, and our Chair, Pat, are. We're going to embarrass you with photos and accolades, so please come forward as I call your name. Brian Julian, Steve Tritton, Brian Dolan. The following are not able to attend, but we can see their photos. Ray Luna, Tim Rojas, Jimmy Bajag, Ramon San Miguel, Bill Blevin, Jasbir Singh, Harsh Saini, and Vince Velasco. On September 1st, On September 1st, 2023, a VTA mechanic noticed smoke coming from the front of an electric bus inside a Cerrone Yard maintenance bay. When initial efforts to dissipate the smoke failed, several mechanics sprang into action to physically push the 30,000-pound burning bus out of the building. Once outside, the bus quickly became engulfed in flames. The quick and heroic response of these 10 employees safeguarded their colleagues and prevented further damage to the building structure. VTA recognizes their bravery, dedication to safety as a shining example to all. Congratulations and well done.
You read the ones who couldn't attend, right? Okay, thank you. All right. Once again, that's really a heroic act, and we greatly appreciate your work. So next on our agenda is item 3, which is public comment. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons desiring to address the board on any item within the board's jurisdiction, but not on the agenda. If there are any speakers, both in person or in Zoom, who wish to speak to item 7.1, which is the emergency interim housing, please lower your hand at this time, and we'll call you when we get to that item a little later at approximately 6:30. Speakers have 1 minute to speak. As noted, we'll have up to 30 minutes at this time. For speakers, if we have more than that, we'll allow them to speak at the end of the meeting under other items. The law doesn't permit the board to take action or have extended discussion on any item not on the agenda except under special circumstances. Those with customer service concerns are encouraged to contact the customer service department. Their contact information is on the screen. I'd like to recommend the members of the public who are speaking tonight to adhere to our rules when addressing the board. They're on the public speaker timer slide. We'll now start public comment. And our first speaker is Paul, in person. Thank you. Right ahead. Yes.
For the 68 bus service going between San Jose Zero and Gilroy Transit Center, I see that as a lifeline for people living in Morgan Hill and Gilroy. It is the only transit service outside of Caltrain that runs between Diridon and Gilroy. And also, I would like to recommend there being some modifications or additional services from the west side of the Valley of Morgan Hill to the east side of the Valley of Morgan Hill. Specifically one that takes people to the shopping centers in Morgan Hill. There's 2 clusters of them. And I would suggest at least 2 services, both north and southbound, for 68. That is all.
Thank you. Our next speaker is James Whiteman, to be followed by Laura Uter.
Should I speak in this microphone or not?
Welcome. Just over at the podium, actually. Welcome.
This is James Whiteman. I was on the bus I was on the 500 bus on Monday at 3:25. There was almost an accident. This guy pulled right in front of the bus driver on the road, and the bus number was 208. And I'd like to know what your 2024 plan is going to be. When are you guys going to shut down light rail at 12 o'clock at night? Because I was reading the thing. You guys were going to shut down the light rail at 12 o'clock at night, and you were going to bring the 200 to 201 to 202 to 203 bus. I'd like to know when that plan's going to begin. If you have any information on that, please send me a letter. My area code is 1131 North 3rd Street, San Jose, California, 95112. I'd like to know when that information is going to be.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Laura Uter, to be followed by David Grossman. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Laura Uden, owner of a small disadvantaged disabled veteran firm. I mentioned at the June board meeting that my firm was illegally substituted on the BART Silicon Valley program without cause now 1,150 days ago. I filed my 5th complaint with VTA about this last December. 5 months ago, the investigation done by VTA found we were removed without cause. Since then, there's been a lack of any remedy to my firm based on my complaint, no communication to me from VTA at all for over 2 months, one meeting with CEO Ganot where there was no resolution offered and no plan proposed for achieving that, no substantive communication from anyone at VTA regarding my complaint, status actions, or remedies for over 5 months, no consequences to the prime for these violations. In exchange for the $5 billion in federal funding VTA seeks for this program, VTA is required to commit to enforcing federal regulations, including those protecting small DBE businesses. VTA has a duty to do this, and they are failing in that duty day after day after day. I need to understand the status of my complaint and why VTA is doing nothing to address these actions that were clearly in violation. Why will they not help me avoid bankruptcy? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Grossman, to be followed by Jessica Salins.
Good evening, Your Honors. There's a bus stop at the EDD. They're rough. And it was like if you could put a bench, so I can sit and wait for the bus, so I'm not standing around. That's all. And the whole thing going on at 6:30, that's all. If you could do that, that'd be great. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jessica Salins, to be followed by Sean.
Hi, my name is Jessica. I'm part of the Health Advisory Commission for Santa Clara County. The COVID pandemic is still with us. The severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2 is airborne and continues to mutate across the globe. We do not yet have a vaccination technology that prevents infection, reinfection, nor long COVID. Hundreds of people in the U.S. continue to die daily, and hundreds continue to become chronically disabled after multiple reinfections. This spring, governments the world over decided COVID was no longer an emergency, and yet we are still in year 4 living with its impacts while stripped of the tools that help prevent infection. We know layered protections can help residents be safe while we wait for scientists to develop a more durable vaccine. People who rely on VTA are often more poor, elderly, and many are already disabled. They're not consenting to get sick every time they ride. Santa Clara County could lead the way in offering residents free, high-quality masks, not only to protect against preventable airborne pathogens, but also against poor air quality, of which the Bay Area is likely to experience more frequently. I highly recommend investing now in the protective preventative tool of high-quality masks. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sean, and then we'll go to remote speakers. Welcome.
60 seconds. How generous. When we are considering building interim sites on VTA property, we also have to consider the vendors that we're going to have. And currently, I think you've all seen it, and I hope that you have, the NAACP has brought up that Home First is firing the majority black employees at the Sunnyvale shelter. But then we're also finding out that there's other issues with Home First. Right now, there are 3 employees, female employees, that have been told that if they don't change their child care so that they can come in a half an hour earlier, that they'll all be terminated. This is not a company that any of you should be doing business with, any company that should be getting any kinds of contracts. I ask all of you to look into this. I ask all of you to stop any contract with Home First that is in a future contract and to really investigate this. This is not how we treat our employees that work with our most fragile constituents, people that you want to award.
Thank
Chair,
you.
I wanted to confirm we do not have any hands raised in Zoom.
Okay. So we'll now close public comment for items not on the agenda and move on to item number 4, first 4.1, which is a hearing to adopt resolutions of necessity for 2 properties for VTA's BART Silicon Valley Phase 2 project. Full staff recommendation is noted on the screen. I want to note that the letters received for this item are online in the agenda packet. Ron Gullum, our Director of Real Estate and Transit-Oriented Development, and Kathy Bradley, our Manager of Real Estate and Project Administration, will present this item. Ron and Kathy will provide a presentation for each property, and then I'll open the hearing. And then property owners or their representatives will be given up to 5 minutes to speak. Members of the public who would like to address the board on the resolutions of necessity will be given 1 minute to speak after the staff presentation for all properties are done. Ron and Kathy, welcome. Oh.
I guess the buttons do work. I'd like to introduce Kathy Bradley, our Manager of Real Estate and Project Administration, who recently rejoined VTA and is working closely with me on BART Phase 2 and acquisition for our other properties, and she'll be assisting me with the presentation. We are doing 2 resolutions of necessity tonight. And I'm waiting for the light here. There we go. These 2 hearings are for 2 separate parcels. These are for tunnel easements for the BART Phase 2 project. And the map here is just as a reminder of the BART Phase 2 project. As is shown, Phase 2 involves a 6-mile extension, 5 miles underground tunnel, heading from the Berryessa North San Jose Station to 20th Hills, Portugal, downtown San Jose, Diridon, and ending at Santa Clara. And I should note that in total, we have approximately or nearly 4 dozen tunnel easements. And as the board may recall, we've already acquired a number of them through actions earlier this year. For this resolution necessity hearing, the full administrative record is contained in the board memo and staff report in the agenda packet. What we are presenting tonight are highlights of some of the material that's in there. I'd like to first recap for the board the findings that are necessary for adoption of the resolution of necessity. The first is that the public interest and necessity require the project. The second is that the project is planned or located to be most compatible with the greatest public good and the least private injury. Third is that property in the resolution is necessary for the project. And the fourth is that an offer of just compensation has been made. And I will note that compensation is not a subject for a resolution of necessity hearing. And then finally, just to provide an overall view, you see the locations of the 2 parcels. They are in the segment of the tunnel that's between Interstate 880 and the Diridon Station in San Jose. And with that, I'd like to turn over to Kathy.
Thank you, Ron. Good evening. The first property is B3310, located at 383 Stockton Avenue in San Jose. The owner is Avalon Morrison Park LP, and the use of the property is for an apartment complex. The size of the property is about 193,000 square feet, and the acquisition for the tunnel easement is a little bit under 15,000 square feet.
for the purpose of constructing, operating, and maintaining the tunnel. Oh, speak up. Do you need me to repeat anything? Okay, great, thanks. The date of offer was November 30th, 2022. Here's an image of the property. As you can see, it is near Julian and Stockton Avenue in San Jose. It's a fairly large property. It covers the gray roofed areas as well as the white roofed areas. And the tunnel easement is shown in red. As I stated before, the offer was made in November 2022. And since then, VTA's general counsel has engaged extensively with counsel for the owner, Alan Matkins, with regards to this acquisition. VTA has supplied information that is both available and responsive to the questions. I understand that Alan Matkins did request to appear today, and they have also submitted a letter to the board, which should be in the board packet and is available at the back table as well for the public. To date, we have not received a counter, and the owner has not agreed to sign a possession and use agreement. Therefore, in order to maintain the project schedule, we are asking this board to adopt the resolution of necessity. Please do note that despite adopting a resolution of necessity, we will continue to negotiate so as to avoid a court filing if possible. And with that, this concludes the presentation on this property.
Any questions from colleagues? Yes, Director Lopez.
Thank you. I'm wondering if you could address the claim in the letter we received about the highest and best use being that there's additional 149 units that are allowed to be used on the site without additional entitlements. And how that plays into the calculation, if at all.
The question of highest and best use is really an issue of compensation, and that's not within the scope of a resolution necessity hearing. I think the other items they raised, which were challenging the right to take, those are within the scope of the hearing, but not the highest and best use question.
Okay.
I went out of sequence. I should have asked for the owners of the property or their representatives to speak, and then we'll go forward. My apology. They have up to 5 minutes to speak.
Chair, we have one Nazani Temorian. You may go ahead, please, and begin speaking.
Thank you. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Good evening, Board of Directors. My name is Nazani Temorian with the law firm of Alan Matkins. I represent Avalon Morrison Park, the owner of the property that is the subject of tonight's resolution of necessity hearing. VTA seeks to acquire a tunnel easement affecting Avalon's property. We submitted a formal objection letter that was referenced a little earlier. We're also objecting tonight and urging VTA to obtain a new appraisal and properly value the property. VTA failed to make an offer of just compensation based on an adequate appraisal. So VTA cannot adopt its resolution of necessity. Take a look at the fourth requirement. You need to make an offer of just compensation. If your appraisal is flawed, you cannot make that finding. VTA's appraisal ignores that Avalon is allowed to have by right an additional 149 units to its complex under a local city ordinance without any other entitlements. The appraisal misses this huge point that changes the highest and best use of Avalon Morrison Park's property. The appraisal also misses that only a portion of Avalon's property is available for densification, and that is within the VTA's tunnel easement area. But due to the extremely restrictive language in the easement, Avalon cannot redevelop this area to accommodate these additional 149 units. VTA's appraisal also values Avalon's property as vacant. It's not vacant. It's improved with 250 residential units. No law allows the appraiser to value the property as vacant. The appraisal also includes 5 dissimilar comparable sales. They are very many years old. They have significantly fewer units and they're unentitled. VTA also ignores Avalon's private injury. Not only that, VTA has refused to produce public records relating to the tunnel easement's design, which are critical to determining the extent of Avalon's injuries. And VTA's appraisal includes nothing for severance damages, but no evidence has been provided to Avalon that demonstrates that the tunnel will not cause noise and vibrations to its property and its residents. And there are significant severance damages because the tunnel easement's language is extremely restrictive. Avalon's property is frozen for redevelopment. The tunnel easement includes a restriction that prohibits any structures more than 3 stories in height. The 3-story height limitation forecloses redevelopment. It's excessive and unnecessary, especially because there's a 1,000-pound load limitation that will provide the same level of protection to VTA's tunnel. Avalon urges the board to not proceed with its resolution of necessity, obtain a new appraisal that addresses Avalon's objections, and make a proper offer to purchase the property interests. Thank you.
And I believe Evelyn Tran, our Chief Legal Counsel, would like to speak. Oop.
Okay, thank you. We received the objection letter from Alan Matkins this morning, so we did not have a chance to put together a formal reply letter to the objection letter, but for the purposes of the administrative record, I'd like to read a couple of comments into the record. The property owner claims that VTA failed to make an offer that's compliant with Government Code Section 7267.2. On or about November 30th, 2022, VTA made an offer to the property owner that complied with that government code section. It established an amount that it believes to be just compensation for the acquisition of the real property, made an offer to the owner that is not less than its appraiser's appraised value, and provided the owner with a written statement of and a summary of the basis for its established just compensation. The property owner disagrees with the manner in which VTA's independent qualified appraiser arrived at the fair market value for the subject property, but that goes to the amount of compensation to be paid, which is not a consideration of the VTA Board of Directors' determination whether to adopt a RON tonight. The second objection that was raised relates to whether the project is planned in a manner that is most compatible with the greatest public good and the least private injury. When weighing the public benefit versus the private injury, the board needs to weigh the public good and the private injury on a global project-wide manner. Here, based on the City of Hawthorne versus Peebles case, the Board of Directors may consider all components of the public good of the project as a whole. The current project design was optimized to provide for the greatest public good and least private injury. Additional information is provided in the staff report in this regard. Further, VTA produced several project documents to Alan Matkins, including, but not limited to, those showing how the project developed the tunnel easement language and other environmental documents. VTA did not produce the engineering documents that are in draft form and exempt from disclosure. In regard to the claim that the rights taken are excessive and unnecessary, the aspect of necessity requires VTA to demonstrate the suitability and usefulness of the property for the project. VTA does not need to show impossibility of constructing the improvement without the property. So as such, VTA has satisfied the requirement of Code of Civil Procedure, Section 1240.030. That concludes my comment, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on this item? Okay, so then we'll move on to the last property. Ron and Kathy? The hearing, oh, you'll present, then I'll
Yes.
go ahead.
So the second property is B4001, located at 961 to 981 Stockton Avenue in San Jose. It's owned by Sumner Properties LP, and the current use is industrial/warehouse. The total property area is about 148,000 square feet, and the tunnel easement size that's required for the project is about 38,000 square feet for the purposes of constructing, operating, and maintaining the tunnel. The date of offer was June 6, 2022. Oh, okay, that was lag. All right, so here's an image of the property. It's located between Heading and 880. As you can see, there are large warehouses there with white roofs, and the location of the tunnel easement is noted in red. As stated before, the offer was made in June of 2022, and since then, VTA General Counsel has been engaging with the attorney for the owner, Berliner Cohen. I believe that Berliner Cohen has also put in a request to appear at this hearing. Some of the issues that have been discussed but not resolved is one, extensive revisions requested by the owner for the tunnel easement language. Now, VTA and BART have agreed upon very specific easement language, which is required and cannot be changed. Another item is the owner's potential mini storage development in the area. That type of development will not be in conflict with the tunnel easement, therefore it is not an issue. To date, we have not received a counteroffer from the owner, and the owner has not agreed to sign a possession and use agreement. Therefore, in order to maintain the project schedule, we are asking the board to adopt a resolution of necessity. Again, having a resolution of necessity does not prevent us from continuing to negotiate so as to avoid an actual filing in court. This concludes the presentation of this property.
Thank you. The hearing for property B4001, owned by Summer Properties LP, is now open. The owners or their representatives are welcome to address the board.
Sam, go ahead, please, and begin speaking.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Members of the board, my name is Sam Farb. I'm an attorney at Berliner Cohen, and I and my firm represent Sumner Properties LP, which owns the real property at 961 through 981 Stockton Avenue in San Jose. Over a year ago, I engaged in negotiations with Susanna Inda, Assistant Counsel of the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority, over the terms of a purchase agreement and tunnel easement agreement. On November 4 of last year, Susanna indicated to me in an email that many of my proposed changes to the purchase agreement were likely okay, but that my suggested changes to the tunnel easement agreement could not be made without BART's concurrence. Since that time, and up until a day or two ago, I have not heard anything further from Susanna about the status of the purchase agreement or the tunnel easement agreement. Today, I want to let you know that my client objects to the tunnel easement agreement as it still contains many of the flaws that I earlier pointed out to Susanna. For example, the tunnel easement does not preclude the VTA or BART from entering the surface of my client's property. The tunnel easement also does not limit the VTA or BART's use of my client's property to the area between 33.5 feet and 80 feet below the surface of my client's property. The tunnel easement also does not make the VTA or BART responsible for any damages or injuries caused by the construction or operation of the tunnel. I would like the opportunity to continue to negotiate with Susanna the documents so that they are equitable for both parties, and Susanna indicated to me as late as yesterday that we will have the opportunity to do so. I also reserve on behalf of my client the right to object to the appraised value of the property, as I do not believe it takes into consideration potential damages that may be caused by either the construction or operation of the tunnel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from colleagues?
Chair.
Oh, sorry.
Put a statement on the
Yes,
record.
Evelyn?
Thank you. Although we received a communication with property owner counsel that they would be appearing tonight to object, we did not get the substance of those objections until just right now. So based on the comments that were made, I would categorize this in two different areas. One, most of the comments made by the attorney relates to the valuation of the property. Again, that is not a subject of the Ron hearing tonight. And to the extent that the property owner objects to what they would consider excessive, excuse me, give me one moment. The language of the easement as being excessive, similarly to the last property owner. Again, the only requirement that needs to be showed is that it's suitability for the project and usefulness for the project, and not necessarily that it's impossible to construct without those easements. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, any questions from colleagues? Okay, seeing none, I'll open comments to the general public for item 4.1, which is both of these properties that we've just heard about. Speakers will have up to a minute to speak. Renee, do we have any requests to speak?
From the Zoom, there's none, Chair, but we have public comments, written public comments that have been received and posted on the portal.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now close public comment on item 4.1. Any other questions from colleagues or a motion?
I'd like to make a motion.
Great.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution of necessity for properties B3310, B4001.
And I guess the motion should also include to close the public hearing.
Oh, and to close the public hearing.
Thank you. Second by
Davis.
Director Davis. And any other comments? If not, Elaine, would you please call the roll?
Blankley,
Yes.
Davis. Dean,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Jane.
Yes.
Jimenez is absent, so I'll call on Kamei,
Yes.
Lee,
Yes.
Lopez,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Torres,
Aye.
Chavez,
Yes.
Burt.
Yes.
Motion passed, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. So that closes this item, and we'll move on to the consent calendar. Item number 6, items 6.1 through 6.13. Members of the public who would like to address the board on an item on consent, please raise your hand now on the app or press 9 on the phone. To my colleagues, is there anyone who wants to pull an item off consent or add an item to the consent agenda? See no requests. And abstentions or recusals? Director Mahan, I had you down here. Is that correct?
Yes, actually, thank you. I would like to recuse myself from item 6.4, HNTB Corporation Contract Amendment number 12. But I'll be voting on the rest of the consent items.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Yes.
I would like to clarify that's under Government Code 84308.
Correct. Thank you.
And I'll be doing the same, Chavez.
Okay. Good. All right. We'll now open public comment on consent items.
Chair, we do not have any requests to speak at the in-person location, and I do not see any hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes.
We have received public comment, a written public comment on 6.8, and it's also posted on the board.
Thank you.
Rainey.
So we'll now close public comment on consent items, and need a motion
Move approval of the consent items.
in a second.
Second. Do you want me to withhold 6.4, so
No, it'll just be noted in the record.
Okay, good enough.
Great, and second by Director Torres?
Yes. Blankley?
Yes.
Thank you. Davis?
Yes.
Dean?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Jane?
Yes.
Jimenez is absent, so I'll call on Kamei.
Yes.
Lee?
Yes.
Lopez?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
I wanted to note for the record that Board Member Mahan is recusing from 6.4. Torres?
Aye.
Chavez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chavez is also recusing from 6.4. And Burt?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passed.
Okay. So we will now move on to
7.2.
action item 7.2, which is an action to authorize the general manager, CEO, to execute a cost-sharing agreement between VTA and the BART area, the Bay Area Rapid Transit, or BART district, for the retrofit of BART's existing operations control center, the OCC retrofit. Full staff recommendation is noted on the screen. And Greg Richardson, our Assistant General Manager and Chief Financial Officer, and will provide the report. Welcome, Greg.
Krishna.
Good evening. Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, thank you very much. I think today, hopefully, we're here to talk about the BART OCC retrofit. My hope is this is the last time that this body has to see this particular item, so we'll see how that goes. With me tonight is Krishna. Unfortunately, we had a bit of a situation with Shane from BART. He had an accident with his wife, and I think they're both okay. But he just could not be with us tonight, so I enlisted Christian to be here just to make sure if there was any technical questions or anything like that came up. Are we running this? Okay. So the project we're talking about, if everyone here remembers, it's probably about 2 or 3 months, well, maybe a little bit more than that. We came to the board, ANF and to the board, to discuss the agreement that we were trying to make with BART regarding the OCC cost-sharing agreement. And at that time, we had certain elements that were being discussed by both ANF and the board, and with that were some stipulations that were made. And so what we wanted to do was we wanted to work on those, bring those back to this body, and address those and try to get concurrence from this body and allow us to move forward. So the main thrust of what we're trying to do here is, again, if you recall from the original discussion, the original plan was for BART to build a new OCC. That was changed, and then they decided to do a retrofit. With that retrofit became sort of a new agreement between us and BART. And in that process, it was identified that there was going to be a lump sum payment and then some sharing after that. But we were struggling with that overall sharing arrangement and also that upfront payment. So initially there was going to be a $26.4 million payment, of which $2 million has already been made. And then we were looking at a $24.4 million payment and then providing some stipulations. So what you're seeing up on your screen is some of the stipulations that were identified in the presentation we made that were identified by the board for us to come back and make sure that we were addressing. So the first stipulation that was requested was that VTA to reimburse BART based on the invoices. The reason for that is because the original was we were going to do a lump sum payment of $24.4 million. So that stipulation was made, and the resolution that we've come to terms with is that VTA will actually reimburse BART invoices at 20% of each invoice. So basically what we're going to be doing is paying our share of those invoices as they come through. So there's not going to be a lump sum payment that's being made up to BART in the beginning. What we will do is put that money in escrow. So it gives BART the understanding that those dollars are reserved, but being an escrow, then we have the ability to approve the invoices, and then those dollars are moved. So we think we've addressed that overall upfront payment, and then being in control of the payments being made for actual invoices. The next stipulation was regarding the exceptions, because what we were trying to do was identify a 20-year cap to identify that we were no longer having to pay any more above the 26.4, and if we did, we wanted to set a dollar amount before that share was provided. And we identified 3 exceptions. 2 of those 3 exceptions have now been deleted. So we're not worried about anything regarding end-of-life products or field system safety. Not that we don't worry about field system safety, but we're not responsible financially for those over this 20-year period. The only one that did change that we wanted to identify a little bit more specifically was significant changes in the system capacity. And so on that one, if the ridership increases by 50% over the projected 2040 weekday ridership, then we will share in any cost related to the OCC. But that sharing will only occur once the overall project reaches $240 million. So our $26.4 million investment basically ensures that any costs for that OCC up to and inclusive of $240 million is limited to that 26.4. So that's basically the piece that we wanted to make sure this board understood for us to be able to move forward. And on the terms here, this is just basically identifies some of the terms that we just discussed. As far as right now, the overall cost of the project on the retrofit is expected to be $131 million. The last time we met, it was actually in the $68, $69 million range. So now our contribution is closer to a 20% number in this initial contribution, but then going forward above that 240, we're saying it's going to be at an 11% number. And as we said before, the payment, we've already provided $2 million. We will put up an escrow amount, and then we'll pay the 20% for each invoice that comes through for that initial OCC retrofit. And then, Christian, did you want to talk any more about this one?
Yeah, I'll give you a quick overview on the technical aspects of this construction project. The term OCC retrofit applies only to the building that's being retrofitted, whereas everything internal to OCC is all brand new. The OCC will have brand new and modern equipment. The facility will provide improved environment for operators. It also has, as a safety aspect, a permanent backup system. Whatever systems that they currently have needs to be upgraded, and all those investments will be made as part of this OCC project. Happy to answer any questions.
So I'll end this here by just saying our request is for this board to adopt the recommendation that authorizes the general manager to execute a cost-sharing agreement between VTA and the Bay Area Rapid Transit District for the retrofit of BART's existing operations control center with the terms as we discussed. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to public comment.
Lost it. It hang up.
Pardon me? We don't have any? Okay, thank you. So we'll now close public comment. Any questions from colleagues? And Vice Chair Chavez?
I'm going to make a motion to approve item 7.2. And if I could get a second, I want to make some comments on this.
Second.
So I wanted to really extend my thank you to the staff and colleagues. The reason this has come back a couple times is I didn't want to give more money than we had to, and I wanted to say that the changes in the contract framework are really appreciated, and I know that our partners at BART, you know, they have a job to do, and we also have a job to do, so I understand how challenging that was. I wanted to say a very special thank you to Evelyn Ho, Krishna Devi, Vic Papalardo, and Greg Richardson. And I know this has been a long time coming, and this has been painful every time you've brought it, so I hope we've eased the pain tonight a little bit, but thank you and well done. And also to Shane and his wife, I hope they recover quickly.
And if I could, thanks to Shane as well. He's been very critical in helping this process move through. So
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other comments, so Lane, would you please do a roll call?
Yes, Chair. Blankley.
Yes.
Davis.
Yes.
Dean.
Yes.
Foley. Thank you. Foley is yes. Jane.
Yes.
Thank you. Jimenez is absent, so I'll call on Kamei.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Mahan.
Aye.
Torres.
Aye.
Chavez.
Yes.
Burt.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you to Greg and Krishna. So we're now approaching 6:30, so I think we can move on to item 7.1.
I think you actually have to wait till 6:30 to start it.
Do we?
Yeah.
Oh, because we announced the time certain. So we'll take a short break until 6:30 then.
What's that?
Oh, yeah, I saw that. And, oops. And I,
He has a question.
Hi, Jim.
We can bring, I guess we can bring one over, yes.
We just need one person.
You don't just need him as the problem, though, right? Like half of this item is going to be the other stuff, right? So that's why I want to try to figure this out. So just, I mean, I don't want to just keep running back and forth, so I just want to find out. Got it. We don't have the chair. Thanks.
We're better off with one person.
Any last minute things? Okay. Okay.
Did you determine, I know that the mayor was trying to get us 5 minutes and talk to what that happened.
Yeah. I don't know that we
Well, I think
we need it. I think it'll, yeah.
we go through our stuff. Is there anything in there that?
I mean, the one thing that was a surprise is the fair market value recommendations.
Oh, on
In the staff report. And that's a big, the way the agreement reads is rent to be negotiated. Staff report says fair market value. You guys can clarify that the agreement is what we agreed to. Is that a clarification you can make? The mayor did put out a memo too on it. Did you see it?
Oh, he put that.
Yeah.
To the board.
Yes. Oh, there.
Recording stopped.
Leave it on all the time?
Recording in progress.
Okay, it's now past 6:30, so we'll move on to item 7.1. 7.1 is an authorization of the general manager or her designee to execute a ground lease with the City of San Jose to locate emergency interim housing with a maximum occupancy of 200 persons on no more than 7.2 acres of property, as shown on attachment B of the staff report, at the Cerrone Bus Yard for a base period of 5 years, subject to the following conditions noted on the screen. Members of the public who wish to address the board, please submit your blue speaker card or raise your hand on Zoom, and we'll be accepting requests to speak for this item until the first speaker speaks. My understanding is directors from San Jose need to make a statement of non-interest. Is that correct? Director Mahan.
Thank you. In connection with item 7.1, I'm announcing for the record that I serve on the City of San Jose City Council as well as the VTA Board of Directors, and that I receive a salary from the city and a per diem from VTA. Under Government Code Section 1091.5A9, I have a non-interest in the contract and am not required to recuse myself from this item.
Thank you. Director Foley.
I believe I have the same statement to make, so I will echo what Director Mahan just said.
Thank you. Director Davis?
If that's sufficient.
Yes.
Can I just say ditto? Ditto.
Director Dean.
Thank you. The same as my colleagues have just said, and then I have another one I want to read as well. I would like to put on the record that I attended a press conference today relating to this item, but as a member of the public. I stood in the back and did not speak to any board member. I have been advised that this did not constitute a Brown Act violation, but if there is any question about that, I am putting it on the record before any action is taken on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Torres?
And ditto what Director Mahan, Foley, and Director Davis said.
And Director Kameh.
Actually, can I make a quick... I just realized my script for the ones that the San Jose member said is a tiny bit different. I am not a member of the San Jose City Council, but I am an employee of the City of San Jose.
Thank you.
Under the same government code, section 1091.5A9, I have a non-interest in the contract and am not required to recuse myself from this item.
Thank you. Director Kameh?
I also ditto Mayor Mahan, Councilmember Foley, or Director Foley, Director Davis, and Director Torres.
Thank you. All right. I think we took care of that. So Jim Lawson, our Chief External Affairs Officer, and Greg Richardson, our Assistant GM, Chief Financial Officer, will provide the report. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. It's my pleasure to bring this item back to you. As you will recall, at our September 7th meeting, we had this item before us, at which time we were looking at different options to provide emergency interim housing based on a request made by the City of San Jose on VTA properties. At that time, we looked at an analysis of 4 proposed sites, and we've limited it to the availability of 2 sites, one of those sites at the Cerrone Yard and one of those sites at the Hostetter Yard. Due to further analysis and the need for the turnback facility at the Hostetter site.
Recording in progress.
Well, I'm not going to start over, trust me. So because of the award of the Super Bowl and the FIFA World Cup Series in San Jose, that service is going to be necessary in the immediate future for additional light rail service. That limits us to 1 site. That 1 site is the Cerrone Bus Yard in North San Jose. Our foremost objectives in coming up with this recommendation has been to provide a safe environment for our staff, protecting our assets, and being a good neighbor. And what I would like to do is carefully go through what you are requested to approve at this meeting. First is to authorize the general manager to execute a ground lease with the City of San Jose in order to locate emergency interim housing with a maximum occupancy of 200 persons on no more than 7.2 acres of property, as shown on the exhibit you have, at the Cerrone Bus Yard in the City of San Jose for a period of 5 years, subject to the following conditions. First, the implementation of the housing on a phased opening approach. Second, approval of temporary use at fair market value based on Federal Transit Administration regulations and any other regulatory agency whose approval is required. Approval of a security plan by the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority and any other regulatory agency whose approval is required. Approval of an operating plan by VTA inclusive of support services, including but not limited to mental health services, drug and alcohol rehabilitation services, food services, transportation services, and finally, approval of a termination and removal plan by VTA. There would also be the establishment of a safety advisory committee and a community advisory committee consisting of VTA employees, both non-union and unrepresented, as well as a community advisory committee with similar composition. There would also be a plan for transportation access to these sites. I'd like to express my thanks to our colleagues at the City of San Jose for their cooperation in working us to this point. I'd also want to express my deep appreciation for the willingness of our employees, both represented and non-represented, and the union members here today for their assistance in bringing us to this resolution. This reinforces VTA's long-held commitment to addressing the issues of the unhoused in Santa Clara Valley. I'd like to turn the presentation over to my colleague, Greg Richardson, to talk about the terms of the draft agreement that we've been negotiating with the City of San Jose. Greg?
Thank you, Jim. So the first thing I do want to make sure is we identify for everybody that was in your exhibit was the map of Cerrone and where the location is intended to be for the EIH development. So as you're looking up on the screen, what we were wanting to be able to show you here is, some of the conversations that were occurring last month was the concern about where the OCC was going to be, and we wanted to make sure that that was preserved. And so working with the city, we were able to ensure that that area was protected and that it was not part of the overall EIH development. Additionally, we wanted to make sure the ZEB bus facility was going to be protected, as well as future paratransit, which was going to have to move from this area down here over a short period of time. So what that did is it left this area here, which is about 7.2 acres, which is a good piece of property for it because it is there, should be there for a decent period of time, and ensures that at least the base year 5 years should be available for the city for this the use of this particular site. As it relates to the agreement, in discussions with the city, a lot of different things have been moving. There's a lot of moving parts still, but the agreement that everyone has in front of them now is what I would consider to be a draft agreement. But these are the elements within that agreement that exist. 5-year base term. Part of this is going to be an overall development plan, or some might refer to it as a site plan. So that development plan will be provided and done by the city for planning, design, construction, and ultimately will be approved by VTA before construction can begin. And part of that will also be us working in collaboration with the city to identify any infrastructure needs on the Cerrone site to ensure property and employees are provided a safe place. There's also going to be a maintenance and security plan, which will be part of the overall development. Those are, and these two items are still they will be developed over time and part of the overall exhibit. This is developed by the city and approved by VTA before operations can begin. Jim mentioned the Community Advisory Committee. Again, this is more city-led, but participation amongst union, VTA, board, EIH participants, surrounding community will all be invited as members within that advisory committee. Safety Advisory Committee is more of a joint effort between the city and VTA, really looking at first the overall facility itself and then ultimately the safe environment and secure environment as it relates to EIH and the Cerrone unit. And then there are termination provisions which will be required. Part of them is just simply the termination, the term itself of the lease. If there are any unanticipated operating needs that come up, there are provisions for us to be able to take that site back. And then if there's any events, triggering events that identify a contradiction to the overall maintenance and security plan are allowed for that to occur. The next steps right now is to finalize the any outstanding terms in the agreement, basically for the city to be able to move forward to approve from their perspective. So as I said, there's still some small items, although there is one item I do want to reference here tonight. The agreement, as we've been discussing, and this is me and the city, and this is where I'll put it on me, the action that's put in front of you right now is saying that it's going to be a fair market value. The way we've stipulated right now in the lease, and it's just simply because there was a lot of variables that existed as we were discussing the lease, we've simply listed it as a to be determined. It's not saying that it can't be, and it's possible that it still can be fair market value depending on the responses and what we get from FTA. But in the agreement as we identified, because it still needs to be finalized before the city goes forward, we knew that was an open item, and that still needs to be negotiated overall. But the understanding was up front that with FTA, until we get formal understanding from them, it would be a fair market value most likely. But until that's resolved, then for the agreement right now in the draft form, we've just simply said to be determined. So that one, of course, needs to be resolved, and we knew that to come up with a final number. Addition to that, would also be resolving, and as I've got it here, resolve any items with FTA for the site use. So the incidental use and the appraisal that might be necessary to identify that fair market value, that's what we're identifying there. And then if there are any federal interest components from the FTA that are required for the preparation or the development of that site. And then lastly, really on the Safety Advisory Committee, along with everything else that would go on, some of that group is already started to meet, and they'll continue to meet, just to identify the items that are necessary for the site development, but also for the Cerrone site to ensure some of the items that are identified for safety and security of the Cerrone employees and assets of the Cerrone site. And I believe that is the presentation.
Thank you. So I just want to commend the really excellent work that's been done over the last month by both our staff and city staff to come to this set of recommendations and to help facilitate both the public input tonight and our discussion. Before receiving comments from the public, Vice Chair Chavez would like to speak. So,
colleagues, while it's not customary, what I'd like to do is put a motion on the floor so the public knows what they're speaking to, and so all of us understand what's on the table. What I'd like to do is move the staff's recommendation to put the 200 units on the Cerrone site with a memorandum that's been co-signed by Chair Burt, myself, council members Davis and Torres. And on that, you'll see that we've asked to initiate the Community Advisory Committee and the Safety Advisory Committee to begin work and assistance in preparation and successful implementation as soon as possible, and schedule monthly meetings so there can be a robust and successful development. The group should be inclusive of the staff's recommendation as well as San Jose Council member from District 4. Second, that we develop a working group that includes the San Jose City Manager, the VTA General Manager, and all appropriate senior staff to ensure the efficient implementation of the agreement, since what we're looking at tonight is a draft. 3, to require the creation of an annual report to the Governance and Audit Committee regarding all leases of VTA land with outside parties with an analysis annually of contract adherence. And then I would like to add Mayor Mahan's memo, and I'm going to read it into the record, because where there's a contradiction in any other document, this will be the what do you call it? The the document we look at. All right. In recognition and consideration of the community benefits that this project will generate, the general manager or her designee is directed to work with the City of San Jose to request that the FTA waives the fair market value requirement and negotiate a lease amount that reflects similar lease agreements between VTA and the City of San Jose, and using examples of Mayberry and Santa Teresa. And that would be my motion.
Second.
So
Second.
with, I don't know what, someone was speaking.
That was Director Foley's second.
Oh, no, I just thought I heard another voice.
There was. That was
Oh.
everybody else wanting a second.
Oh, got it. I'm sorry. All right. And what I would do is I will reserve comments until after we hear from the public and ask my colleagues to do the same. So any feedback we get, if we decide we want to incorporate it, we are able to do that. Thank you, colleagues.
All right, thank you. And we'll be moving on to public comments now. We have a lot of speaker cards, and I assume a good number of speakers who wish to speak online. I would encourage the public, given that what has just been presented, which seems to be a consensus agreement by VTA staff and San Jose City staff, as well as the support already of much of the board, that if speakers are either no longer feeling a need to speak, or if they would simply like to say that they are support of the direction that we're taking, that would be very helpful. You're certainly welcome to speak at your full allotted time of a minute. But we do have a very extensive agenda tonight, including an extremely important item on the BART Phase 2 update. And so on that note, welcome to everybody. Thank you for the many, many, many comments that we have received in writing, and for the commitment and to participation that so many people have taken on this item, which shows just how strong the community support is to addressing these needs. So on that note, I will be calling a speaker and the next two subsequent speakers so people can line up and be ready to speak. Our first speaker is Julian Lake, to be followed by Tanya Morales, to be followed by Ana Maria Russo. Welcome. Oh, yes, and at this time, once the first speaker has spoken, we will not be accepting any additional speakers. Everybody, you would just be able to speak right at the podium and the mic will pick you up.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and the board. On behalf of the Bay Area Council and as a lifetime resident of San Jose, I respectfully urge you to vote yes on a lease agreement to place 200 units of emergency interim housing next to Cerrone Yard. Shelter is a basic human need, yet every night more than 4,000 San Jose residents sleep on the streets without access to adequate shelter. Unsheltered Californians are 26 times more likely to die from alcohol and drug abuse, 11 times more likely to die from transportation-related injuries, 10 times more likely to die from homicide, and 5 times more likely to die from suicide than their housed counterparts. The average age at death for homeless residents in Santa Clara County is about 52 years, 36% shorter than the housed population. Further, the joint analysis by VTA and city staff shows that Cerrone can accommodate the 200 units while making room for VTA's current and future operational needs. For these reasons, I respectfully urge you to vote yes on Cerrone Yard emergency interim housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tanya Morales, to be followed by Ana Maria Russo, to be followed by Lydia Engdahl.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and Board of Directors. My name is Tanya Morales with the San Jose Chamber of Commerce. I'm here to support the emergency interim housing development. As you know, this is a critical time, and this is the most important issue in our community. Developing these 200 units is a win-win solution. We know the facts that 70% of residents who enter these emergency interim housing communities graduate to stable housing, with over 50% finding permanent housing. And right now our city is facing a homeless crisis of more than 4,000 people living in our streets, creeks, and in our transit systems. We need your immediate focus to make an impact in our community right now. Today, homelessness threatens our small businesses and reduces investment in our city. So we are currently facing a state of emergency. And when you're in a state of emergency, you need to take action. Our community needs your leadership, your compassion, and your action right now. I encourage the board to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna Maria Russo, to be followed by Lydia Engdahl, to be followed by David Prullo, and then Deborah Townley.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to say that as a resident of San Jose my whole life, which is a long time, I am thrilled, beyond thrilled, to see that we have come to an agreement and that we have worked together, and we are going to get some of these homeless people housing and get them off our streets and take back the San Jose that I know and love.
Thank you. Lydia Engdahl.
I just want to put a face to the problems of homelessness that we have. I am a lifelong resident of San Jose. I am a mother. I have a son who is 54 years old, living on the streets for the last 20 years with schizophrenia, paranoia. He has not a place to go to in order to get medications to get him on an even keel. If he's picked up and taken over to Valley Med, he gets medications and then they put him out the door. And I ask her why? Why don't they keep them? And he say, well, it's not a crime to be crazy, so we can't force a person to stay and to just live here or find them help if they don't want it. I believe that this proposal and these units will give them an address, a place to get a caseworker, a place for them to get the medication they need, and food and shelter that they need. The winter is coming, and I fear every day that I'm going to get that call. Thank you.
Thank you. David Prullo.
Good evening. Yes, my name's David Prue. I'm a resident of District 9 in San Jose, and I'm very happy to hear that you're taking action on this. Homelessness is a huge issue, and it looks like you're going forward. And I just want to encourage you to vote to put all 200 units in one place on the property, because the services that were just described are very important, and we can get a lot more out of our money consolidating in one place like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Deborah Townley, to be followed by Catherine, to be followed by Charles Worm, to be followed by Kelsey Colson and Samuel Lum. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Deborah Townley. I'm a member of Survivors of the Streets. I was homeless with my son for 5 years. I had a lot of things to say today, but it sounds like we're getting what we want, which is inclusion in the decision-making and being able to have a seat at the table. Thank you so much for everyone who is allowing us to be a part of this process. And I think that we have a lot of work to do, but all of it can be done if we work together and we're on the same team. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine?
Hi, my name is Catherine Hedges. I'm a resident of District 2, VTA writer, friend of Deborah's, and I too am glad that your members have decided to include the people with lived experience at the table, because as the disability rights community says, nothing about us without us. And as Serge says, listen to the people who are most affected by the problem. And that's not council members, that's not neighbors, that's not parents, it's the people who will be living at the site. And I've been hearing a lot of people worried that it's going to be like a prison camp surrounded by barbed wire with a guard tower, and it sounds horrible. So I'm hoping that by including them in the process, that a better solution can be found. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Charles Worm?
Hey, good evening. First of all, I want to thank the VTA in advance for considering the humane use of this property of theirs. And everything I want to bring up, people have covered before, I'm sure they'll bring up. So I just wanted to show my support for installation of the 200 units of emergency interim housing. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Kelsey?
Hi, my name is Kelsey Colson. I'm from D9. Last month, you voted to advance interim housing projects on VTA land. Thank you. Tonight, I ask that you vote yes to the 200 EIH units at Cerrone Yard at a low or no-cost lease as done with other sites. It's an incredible opportunity to have 200 units provided by the state installed in an area of San Jose that does not currently have any. Having all 200 state-provided units on one site is the most fiscally responsible installation model. Seeing the state, county, and city working together gives me hope that we will end this humanitarian crisis. Please vote yes to the 200 EIH units at Cerrone Yard at a low or no-cost lease.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Samuel Lum, to be followed by Tony Miranda, to be followed by George Casey, followed by David Cohen.
Hi, my name is Samuel Lum. I'm the president of the Hamilton Place Neighborhood Association and a resident of District 6. We've been working cross-functionally with multiple departments, and the answer every time is we need housing in order to house the homeless. Behind the creek that runs behind our community, every fall, there is an endangered species of Chinook salmon that come up there and lay their eggs. We cannot help the salmon unless the unhoused individuals have a place to go to. Tonight, I'm here to urge that the VTA does not charge fair market value for the land. This has not been done at any other quick-build community site. This could add thousands, if not millions, of dollars to the cost of the project. We have come too far to have this slowed down by bureaucratic obstacles or any financial barriers. Please support the Cerrone Yard quick-build community project at a fair, at a good price.
Thank you. Tony Miranda?
Good evening, everybody. Mayor, it's good to be here. I'm with SOS, Survivors of the Street, and we like to see ourselves as people for the people. What we do is we take and we go boots on the ground. It's a military term that I had in the Marine Corps, and stands for getting in the trenches to find out what's going on. And we did this past 2 weeks. We took a survey of what the people think about the tiny homes, how they look at them, what they think of the facts. And at first, we had our differences with the Cerrone site. But now, after talking with Mayor Mahan, our director did, we're for it. We just want to take the concerns of the people and try to work with them and make it to where they can embrace the site, not just live in the site. Use it as a stepping stone to get permanent housing. I am currently homeless. I don't speak as a former homeless person. I speak as a homeless person. And that's what I would do. Thank you.
Thank you. George Casey?
Good evening. Actually, I'm Tony Miranda, and that was inspiring.
And I'm sorry, so then who was?
Chair, if I might, you called on Tony Miranda, but he let the other gentleman speak first.
Okay, I just want to make sure we had the name of the other gentleman for the record.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm here on behalf of the.
And Tony, the mic is actually, we should just fix this. Put that's, yeah, put that one down. The mic's in the,
Good.
yeah,
Is
you're
that
good.
better? There we go.
Perfect.
Okay, super.
Yeah, thanks.
Just speaking to this.
Okay.
If I may.
Yeah, sure, thank you. Yeah, thank you. I'm here on behalf of the San Jose Chamber of Commerce, acting as the interim president and a CEO. I had a whole bunch of things I wanted to talk about, but was really encouraged to see the government come together on this. It's a personal issue for myself. but I want to applaud Vice Chair with the amendment that you're making towards the motion. I think that the value, fair market value, would be cost prohibitive, quite honestly. So being able to put those dollars elsewhere, I think, is fantastic. I applaud the mayor and the city staff for what they're doing. This is a bold initiative, but I've seen the data, and these quick builds work. Personally, I work with thousands of homeless out in Columbus Park and around the Children's Discovery Museum, handing out hygiene kits. For the last 3 years, we've distributed over 60,000. And we know many of these individuals, and there are so many that need the housing, and they want the housing. So I really encourage you to continue to develop more of these types of sites. Thank you.
Thank you. George Casey?
Hi, I'm George Casey, lived in San Jose for over 45 years. Just wanted to say I'm encouraged by the fact that you folks recognize that San Jose is experiencing a homelessness crisis, and the idea that you guys have earmarked 200 opportunities for folks to be housed is encouraging. And it's a coordinated effort, multi-governmental effort. So I'm just pleased, and I hope you support it and move forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is David Cohen, to be followed by Tammy Donata, to be followed by Raj Sadev, to be followed by John Betts.
Good evening. I just want to thank VTA staff for working closely with the City of San Jose to come to this point. I apologize that I wasn't here last month when this was being talked about, but I want to mention just why this is so important to me representing District 4 in North San Jose. District 4 has the highest number of homeless people in the city and doesn't have a single site yet in the district to move people off the street and into housing. And so it's really important that we have that, and it's also important to show that we're all part of this together in all of the districts in San Jose. And so I'm really excited that we're moving forward. I look forward to working with the partners as part of the Community Advisory Committee to make sure the site is safe and successful. Thank you.
Thank you. Tammy Donata, welcome.
I was going to read a script, but I'm not going to do it. I'm going to go straight from the heart. Thank you my name's Tammy Donota. I'm SEIU Local 521 VTA Chapter President and also Region 1 Vice President. I've been a VTA employee for 28 years. I'm 51 years old. I was born and raised in San Jose. I came last month to speak on behalf of our workers who really felt like there were some safety issues that we needed to have addressed, and obviously the vote went different, which is fine. We said at that time our members are willing to sit down and talk about things. We really don't appreciate the board members who really don't support workers and send disingenuous emails to their constituents saying that we don't support things. We had a press conference today saying that we do support this. What we do support absolutely is having every single stakeholder have a seat at the table. That means future residents, that means neighbors that are there today, and that means every single worker. So everyone's voice can be heard. To make sure that it's safe to operate transit service, which is ultimately what we do. Our day-to-day is operating transit service. So we need to not forget that. We need to make sure that everybody stays safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Raj Sadev.
Thank you. Raj Sadev, resident of San Jose, and also an employee at VTA and president of Transportation Architects and Engineers Association. I want to say that we are in support of EIH. I see a lot of homeless around where I live, and I'm glad we're doing something. I think VTA and City of San Jose have worked out a good compromise where we're going to get the expansion at Cerrone that VTA needs, but also accommodates the EIH of 200 units. So kudos to you guys. Thanks, Cindy, for putting up this proposal together. I hope it passes, and we'll be working closely with you all. Thank you.
Thank you. John Betts, to be followed by Steve Jovel, to be followed by Luca Tile, to be followed by Nicholas Adams.
Hi, am I supposed to pick this up, or is it okay just like it is? Okay. Okay. So I'm also a member of SOS, Survivors of the Street. And so in general, you know, I'm pretty enthused that you guys are trying to go ahead with this project. And I just wanted to make sure that they keep in mind, right now, it only has the only transit it has is like some light rail like about 3 miles away or so. And so since a lot of the population are going to be disabled and elderly, we don't want them all having to go like several miles in wheelchairs and with walkers. And other interim sites that have been done in San Jose are like that, like down in Monterey and Bernal. They only have one bus and it stops at 5 o'clock. And I've been there sometimes at that bus stop, and people with wheelchairs are stuck not being able to get to their unit, even though they have a tiny home. So I want to make sure that factor is considered and that the unhoused are being a part of the advisory groups you have going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Javel?
Good evening, Board Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board. My name is Steve Jovel, President of ASME Council 57 and Local 1101. I'd just like to say thank you to the board members who have supported and kept in mind the employees of VTA. I also want to clarify, labor's position that, last month we kept in mind the safety of our employees and the voices of our members. But labor has supported this, and we will continue to support this. And we recommend that this board accepts the recommendation from staff today. Thank you.
Thank you. Luca Tile? Sorry if I mispronounced that.
Hi, good evening, elected officer and chairs and vice chair. Thank you. Regarding for the homeless crisis in San Jose, it's facing every day. And I live in I'm active community. I live in District 7. I saw too many every day. The homeless running around on the street, in the creek, and also mental health. They cry and they jump, everything, very scared. So I think the solution for 200 emergency interim housing is very best solution that to help the homeless people and how the people can have the place to settle their life and better life, and then also to encourage them to look for the job according to our thinking. They always think that we settle the house first before we get the job and build up the bright future. So I urge the VTA to vote yes for the 220 lease agreement. Thank you.
Nicholas Adams, to be followed by Francesca Pais, to be followed by Gail Osmer, and then Amanda Cole.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and board members. Thank you very much for your great conversation here this evening and collaboration with one another in moving this forward. I have been mentally editing down what I actually needed to say, so thank you for that. Strong support of the single site. It sounds like we're moving forward in that direction. I believe the fair market will be a challenge for further conversation. I'm here tonight representing myself as a proud San Jose resident, as a San Jose small business owner, but also the vice chair of the board of directors for the San Jose Chamber of Commerce, representing the 1,000+ members of our chamber who are business decision makers throughout our region. Thank you very much for addressing this concern. Thank you very much for prioritizing the conversation around homelessness in our region.
Thank you. Francesca Pais.
Okay, you'll see I was going to represent 3 people, so I'm just going to say one. As a member of our community, I want to let you know how hard it is for women that are living on the streets. Without a secure place to call home, it's tough, but for women, it's harder. They face constant danger of being raped, physically assaulted, and subject to predatory behavior from individuals who seek to exploit their vulnerability. Homeless women are targeted to human trafficking and intimate partner violence from individuals who seek to take advantage of them. Women experience homelessness are more likely to be in abusive relationships where they face domestic violence. Without a safe home to escape to, these women are trapped in dangerous situations with limited resources for help. I know this because I've seen these situations and I'm representing Roseanne Martinez, who's here, but too afraid to speak up on her own behalf. She is a victim who lives on the streets. So thank you. Please vote yes.
Thank you. Next is Gail Osmer, to be followed by Amanda Cole, followed by Rosaten Martinez, and then Joe Ortiz, and then Joe Lopez.
Hello, good evening. Thank you so much for your support of this wonderful item. Thank you, Mayor Matt, for your memo. I just want to say it's good to keep the homeless together. What had happened is they're a family. I know lots of people right now that want to go into these tiny homes. They live in a community. You have to keep them together like they all did with the people at Lower Wasway and going into the Arena Hotel. They're all there. They've all been together for years, all those unhoused. Now they're housed in a hotel together as a family. You all have family members. You don't want to be split. Let's keep them together. Plus, sorry to say, there's not a lot of services. Other nonprofits, they don't have a lot of staff. If they're here, there, here, how are they going to, provide for these unhoused people? So I also want to say, I know you have a lot of lived experience people. You need to have people that are out on the street now, living in tents, to be on the Community Advisory Commission. People that are there now. Thank you.
Thank you. And is it Roseanne next? Is that correct?
Amanda?
You're Amanda. Excuse me.
Amanda Cole from SOS, Survivors of the Street. I'm glad that everyone's very hopeful about this. There's only about 9,800 more to go to house people. It's not an ideal site for the most vulnerable, and it's not getting them in by winter. So hopefully we can spread out the responsibility and have all the districts have places like this, and something for more immediate needs by winter. It's not VTA's fault that this is happening, and it's not their job, but all the water districts also stepping up, I believe. But this is a very large site. I think 200 people is going to be challenging. It's the largest site. There are recovery issues from the trauma of being on the street. I was on the street for 10 years, and I'm just barely recovering now after 4 years having a voucher. Thank you.
Thank you. Roseanne Martinez, to be followed by Joe Ortiz, to be followed by Joe Lopez, then Janice Condi, and then Sam Ho.
So I spoke on behalf of Roseanne Martinez, so she's taking
Really,
care
under
of.
our rules, people have to speak on behalf of themselves.
I asked.
I didn't understand.
Okay. And then Joe Ortiz was unable to make it.
Okay, thank you. Joe Lopez, to be followed by Janice Condi, to be followed by Sam Ho, and then Mark DeLong.
Good evening. I'm here as a resident of District 2 and a 3-year resident of San Jose. I encourage you to vote yes on the Cerrone project. It's much needed. Took the politics of the day, and I had a conversation recently with Ms. Chavez when I was walking with her. I don't know if you recall it, but it took the politics of the day to woke me on an issue that I pushed back a long time ago, and that was as a young child with my mother, as a single parent, we were homeless, but we were not unsheltered. So I know things like this will work. Education, opportunities, job opportunities will help pull people out of those situations. So I again encourage you to vote yes on this. I don't have to spend the night in a homeless shelter or any other yard to understand what it's like, because I lived it. I came from that. In Monterey County, the Monterey County Housing Authority is where we got our first public housing, so I encourage you to do the same thing. Thank you, and good work.
Janice Condi?
I have also edited mine as the night has gone on, but I just wanted to thank all of you for making this important decision. I just want to applaud you and thank you so much for being willing to help our unhoused residents. And I think we have a lot more work to do going forward with finding more places, but I would really encourage you to put the 200 units at the Cerrone Yard. And thank you for the time and consideration you've taken in making this important decision to get our brothers and sisters off the streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam Ho.
Good evening. My name is Sam Ho. I'm Vice President of Thousand Oaks Neighborhood Association and the District 9 Leadership Group. I want to thank you very much for your efforts together trying to address the issues of our homeless people. One of us or any of us can be homeless at any time. We don't have no control for tomorrow. But think of us when we are here in a comfortable room like this, dressed well. 4,000 to 6,000 of us are homeless in the streets of San Jose, or 10,000 of us are homeless in the streets of Santa Clara County. 2016, when we advocated for Measure A, $950 million. At those times, 4,000 people were in San Jose homeless and 7,000 in the county. Today we have 10,000 in the county. Lives are being hurt. Thank you for trying to address this. 200 is nothing compared to 10,000, but it's a step forward. Do it right away. Do it now. It's more than an emergency. It's a crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark DeLong to be followed by Christopher Lee, then Sean, followed by Bruce Turner, and then John B. Henley, Jr. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, esteemed directors. I'm Mark DeLong. I'm a transportation engineer at VTA and an officer with TAEA IFPTE Local 21. As a public servant, we always have the interest of the community at heart. And as labor, we always look for win-win solutions. Thanks to the hard work of staff and all the people that worked behind the scenes to come up with the current proposal on the dais that protects VTA employees, the potential future residents, and the operational needs of VTA, we are proud to support staff's recommendation. With staff's recommendation for meaningful contributions to the success of the project, we look forward to working through the Safety Advisory Committee and the Community Advisory Committee to ensure the mutual success of both the EIH and the continued success of VTA's core mission of providing critical transit service to the community. TAEA and IFPTE Local 21 support a yes vote on the proposal. Thank you all.
Thank you. Our next is Christopher Lee.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, you don't need to lift up that mic. You can just set it down. Nope. Just set it on the counter.
This is the microphone.
Oh, sorry.
This is for the news. Just.
Ladies and gentlemen of the VTA Board of Directors, Chair, Vice Chair, good evening. Today we're not just discussing property, but the very heart of San Jose. We have a chance to reshape 200 lives with the proposal to place tiny homes in the Cerrone Yard. This is both a compassionate gesture and a financially astute decision, potentially saving $4.5 million US. Think of the renewed hope these homes can bring. San Jose has always been about innovation and growth. Let's also be pioneers in compassion. I urge you to rise above challenges and vote for a brighter, inclusive future for our city. Vote for hope. Vote for change. Vote for San Jose where everyone belongs. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean? Sorry, have you already spoken, I believe? Oh, I'm sorry, on a previous item. My
I know
apology.
I'm memorable, but...
Yes, you are. Thank you.
I just wanted to make a comment that tiny homes are a stopgap measure. What's really needed is permanent supportive housing. People need to be able to graduate from tiny homes to permanent supportive housing. I hope that there's a shuttle to drive people from the site to the things that they need, because we need that at Burnell and it hasn't happened. And people are leaving those tiny homes because they don't have the way to get anywhere, particularly people who are older and disabled. I also wanted to, yes, at the new hotel, the Arena Hotel, people are moving in groups. And there are problems because your group doesn't get along with my group, or we threw you out and now you're over there and now we're all in the same hotel. So please be aware of that, because it's not, you can't take warring factions and put them in the same hotel. There is not a homeless problem, there is a housing problem. So for everyone who keeps saying that, think of it, it's really a housing problem. They are not the unhoused, they are unhoused people. They are not a monolithic group.
Thank you. Bruce Turner.
Good evening. I'm Bruce, and I
I'm encouraged by the report tonight on the facility or the site and locating it all in one location. That's critical for the financial part of it. And the VTA employee support is encouraging for me. So thank you. I'm asking you to vote to put all 200 units on the Cerrone site, VTA site. And the thing that came to me last night, though, was the thing that I knew at one point there was some discussion about the, the horrific VTA event that occurred downtown. And it just came to me that this site will be a healing of the land, that there will be some, restoration of the land and some lives saved from that were, for some that were taken. And so it really is encouraging me to put all of the sites here and all the homes here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John B. Henley Jr., to be followed by Daniel Costa, to be followed by Tina Morell, who is our last speaker in person.
Hi, my name is John B. Henley Jr. I'm not a resident of San Jose any longer. I moved out to find affordable housing in Saratoga, California. And I have been a resident of Saratoga since December, but I was in the Japantown district prior to that and came at this issue from being a volunteer for San Jose Parks, Rec, and Neighborhood Services, South Bay Clean Creeks Coalition, and trash bunks that cleaned up along the debacle at Guadalupe Parkway, Guadalupe Gardens. Luckily, that's being cleaned up. I saw the development at the parking lot of the San Jose Police and was encouraged, and I applaud you, directors, for making a step forward positive for an individual that can see being part of the mass and creating something positive. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Costa, to be followed by Tina Morell. Oh, Daniel,
Chair,
you're who
Daniel's
spoke
already
earlier.
spoken.
Thank you. So our final speaker in person is Tina Morell. My understanding is Harriet has withdrawn her card. Welcome. Pardon?
Hi, thank you very much for your time. My name is Tina Morell. I live in the Vendome neighborhood, which is just south of here, within walking distance. I would like to encourage you to vote yes for the 200 units on the Cerrone site. I do believe it needs to be made fiscally feasible. I don't know about fair market value, land prices being what they are. I would also like to just suggest, I'm already a member of 2 community advisory committees. I suggest, and I think I'm all for having it, I suggest you start it even before the site is started so that you can kind of, group and get your bearings as far as the people on the committee. And if you're looking for committee members, I am happy to throw my hat in the ring if you need anybody. If not, good luck, and I'm all for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll now go to members of the public who are signed up to speak remotely. And how many members do we have signed up? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Before I call on the speakers, we have several written public comments that have been already received and are posted on the portal. So we call on the first 5, Mrs. Ellen, Mr. Mike, Paul, Rich, and Cole. Ellen, you may go ahead and begin speaking. Ellen, please accept the mute and begin speaking. I'll go back to you. Mike, go ahead and begin speaking when you're ready.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, Board of Directors. My name is Mike Krause, and I'm the president of the Penitencia Neighborhood Association, located in the Upper Penitencia Creek area of North San Jose in District 4. 582 homes, 600 members. I am pleased to hear the board will follow through on its commitment to vote yes on the lease agreement that places 200 units in the emergency interim housing next to the Cerrone Yard. The location is perfect, no schools, no park. Requests also that the rent not be at fair market value to allow the fiscal constraints of the city to be accommodated. I can tell you that homelessness is the most pressing issue across the neighborhood members, and we are tired of and want action to be taken. I'm glad action is being taken. I strongly encourage, and I'm glad to hear that the board will do this. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Ellen, you may begin speaking when you're ready. Rich, please go ahead and begin speaking when you're ready.
Hello, VTA Board. I'm Rich Sanders. I'm a proud member, proud resident of District 9. Yay, Pam. I support I want to thank the committees for the recommendation to move forward with this housing project at the Cerrone site. We have over 4,000 unhoused residents in San Jose, and 200 is just a start, but it's a good start. I think that we should make these houses available at a cost that San Jose can afford. Do this without raising costs for San Jose and lease these as other sites have done. Thank you.
Cole, you may begin speaking when you're ready. Cole, please unmute and begin speaking when you're ready. I'll call back. The next speakers are John, Bruce, Karen, and John. John, go ahead and begin speaking when you're ready. John, can you hear me? Go ahead, please.
Good evening. My name is John Hessler, and I live in the Santa Teresa area of San Jose. I just want to say I strongly support the proposal to place the 200 units at VTA Cerrone property. The homeless problem is rampant everywhere in San Jose, in Santa Clara County, and we're in dire need of immediate solutions. And as everybody has said, this is a significant step in the right direction. You know, there's no location anywhere that's 100% perfect, but this site comes close. And as Mayor Mahan has said, doing nothing or spreading the units across multiple sites for political purposes is not the solution. So board members, this proposal is a unique opportunity to make a difference for the people who will directly benefit, as well as the community as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Bruce, please begin speaking when you're ready. Bruce.
Dear Board President and Board Directors, my name is Bruce Faithwick from Ramblewood neighborhood near Capitol Expressway and McLaughlin Avenue. And I appreciate you voting to advance the interim housing project on VTA land last month. It's very important to group all 200 units together at one location. And interim housing succeeds when a community is formed by housing all 200 units together. We can all share food distribution, laundry, and other services to support them. So please vote yes to place all 200 units of emergency interim housing next to the VTA Cerrone Yard. Thank you.
Next speaker, Karen, you may begin speaking when you're ready. Karen, please.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm sorry, thank you. My name is Karen Lattin. I'm a resident of District 10. And first, I'd like to thank the VTA and the VTA board for being part of the solution to end our homelessness crisis by listening to the community and offering the use of the Cerrone site for the next EIH in San Jose. This project, as well as other housing-related projects VTA is working on, benefit the entire community, and your partnership is noticed and valued. I urge you to vote yes to all quick build units at the Cerrone site under the same low cost or no cost lease as other EIH sites have enjoyed. And that's pretty much all I want to say tonight. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is John. John, go ahead and begin speaking when you're ready.
Good evening. My name is John Linthicum, and I live in the Eden Neighborhood Association. Firstly, thank you for recognizing the benefits of economy of scale and agreeing to place all 200 quick build units at the Cerrone yard. Secondly, I don't know the details behind the fair market value discussion, but understand that it's possibly going to be charging San Jose taxpayers differently than how other quick build unit land was treated. I hope this is not the case. Homelessness knows no city boundaries. All Bay Area cities benefit from this solution. Please keep this in mind as we work to solve this problem. Thank you.
The next 5 speakers are Mark, Jean, Greg, Eugene, and Diane. Mark, please unmute and begin speaking when you're ready.
Good evening, everyone. This is Mark Lewis at D3 Downtown, San Jose resident and chairperson with the Access Condominiums Neighborhood Action Committee. As a downtown community, we experience the emergency of homelessness every day. What we see and experience on the street, parks, and creeks of our area is inhumane, and it's unexplainable given the affluence and resources of the Santa Clara County, its cities and communities. We are pleased to hear tonight that all of you are taking this step towards resolving homelessness with your support of placing all 200 interim housing units on the Cerrone site. It's clear that all parties have worked hard to address the initial safety and operational concerns. It now has VTA staff support. Shout out to VTA staff for the support. This is a very positive step by all of you. We applaud you for it. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jean. Go ahead and begin speaking when you're ready. Jean?
Hello, good evening. I guess my only concern is that these 200 homes will not become one big Ag News hospital that was located in San Jose some years ago. The hospital was a wonderful, wonderful place for people who were addicted to something, and to get them well, to get them jobs, and then get them homes. So I'm just hoping that these homes are for the people who are in need of a home and not because of an addiction to help them along. So otherwise, yeah, I definitely am for the project as long as it stays that way. Thank you so much.
Next speaker is Greg. Go ahead and begin speaking when you're ready.
Hey, thank you, board, for doing your best to get going on this urgent need. Thank you, Mayor Mahan, for your memo. My name is Greg Koopman. I'm the vice president of the Comanche Blossom Valley Neighborhood Association, and I was homeless in my youth. I hope the VTA waives the fair market value idea. Please leave Cerrone the same way as other San Jose interim housing. Also, expediency is key as winter is coming, and some of our neighbors really need an address. Thank you for your momentum.
The next speaker is Eugene. Go ahead and begin speaking when you're ready.
Board member Eugene Bradley, Silicon Valley Transit users. Glad to see that the board and the city of San Jose have come together to have this proposal happen. While it really is not in the best of locations, given that you have, I understand, nearly 10,000 homeless people throughout the county, this is certainly a decent first step. And really, this housing is obviously needed and you only need a TV show to tell you that winter is coming. I've seen some of these homeless people riding the 22 and 522 Rapid, and coming from a citizen of Monterey County that still rides VTA. This would be a great model for other Bay Area cities and counties to employ where they have their spare land. So please, let's work together with the homeless population, homeless advocates, as well as city staff and VTA staff to make this happen. Thank you.
The next speaker is Diane. Go ahead, please, and begin speaking when you're ready. Diane? I'll call you back. John, go ahead, please, and begin speaking when you're ready.
Yes. Yes, hello. My name is John Holden. I'm a native of San Francisco. I was watching the news and I saw a report of the ATU 265, kind of worried about safety in the workplace. And I would say that, you should approve this project because I think the safety issue was mostly from the worker on site, not the homeless people. So I think it's disingenuous to try to make a safety issue out of homelessness. We had that was violence in the workplace, the massacre. We had violence in the workplace up here at Golden Gate Bridge with our ATU president, Shane Weinstein, 1575. And so you have to reject these kind of false assumptions. Thank you.
Thank you. The next 5 speakers are Isaac, Reed, Ha, William, and Geoff. Isaac, go ahead and begin speaking when you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good evening all. This is Isaac. I'm from South San Jose. While the VTA has come around to acknowledge all 200 units should be placed at Saroni Yard, and that is a great news. We just learned at this meeting that there is an effort to charge the taxpayers fair market value for the land, which is not done at any other quick build projects. This could add thousands, if not millions of dollars to the bill. So please, do not charge the taxpayers for this project and lease the Saroni site in line with all other interim housing sites. Thank you.
The next speaker is Ha. Go ahead, please, and begin speaking when you're ready. Ha?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so dear board president and board directors, my name is Ha Trieu, resident of Vietnamese American community of North California. We would like the board to keep your commitment by voting yes on the agreement that play on 2,000 units on emergency interim housing next to Saroni Yard. Homeless is an emergency. Need emergency action, like put out the fire right away. I urge you all to vote yes on the agreement to place 200 units next to Saroni Yard for emergency interim housing. Everybody, this project benefit for all of us. Please, taxpayer with.
Reed, go ahead and begin speaking when you're ready.
Hello, my name is Reed Burke, and I'm a resident of San Jose District 6 and a board member of the Rosemary Gardens Neighborhood Association. I ask for your support to approve this placement of 200 units of housing at Saroni. I live about 1,000 feet from the Sure Stay Hotel, which was converted to a 76-unit housing facility for formerly homeless persons. And this proposed site is also about the same distance to existing VTA buildings. I've lived alongside formerly homeless neighbors for 3 years without any issues at all, even especially safety issues. And there are now, in the last 3 years, 4 other facilities open or under construction within a mile of my house. So We need acceleration to this problem of homelessness. And I'm so thankful that everyone here has worked together so hard to come to something that is going to help so many people. Thank you.
The next speaker is William. Go ahead, please, and begin speaking when you're ready.
Good evening, everyone. My name is William Che, the 2023 president of the Santa Clara County Association of Realtors and a proud resident of District 8. I strongly encourage the board to uphold its commitment by casting a yes vote in support of a lease agreement that would establish 200 units of emergency interim housing adjacent to Cerrone Yard. San Jose is grappling with a homelessness crisis with over 4,000 individuals residing on our streets, along our waterways, and even within our public transportation systems. We urgently require a compassionate solution to this issue that can aid people in getting back on their feet, and the city's proposal for emergency interim housing stands as a promising initiative to accomplish just that. We implore you, please vote for this. Thank you to Mayor Mahan for your memo. Have a good evening.
Thank you. The last three speakers will be Vera, Geoff, and Ranisha. Vera, go ahead, please, and begin speaking when you're ready. Vera?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, my name is Vera Smith. I'm a longtime resident of San Jose, District 8, and I'm in favor of the 200 units on the Serrano site. To me, this is a no-brainer. You have people living on the streets. Anything is better than living on the streets. I see people on Capitol Expressway. I see them at Tully Road. I see them in the ravine along the Lucky Stores. This is no way to live. This is not America. We need to do better. And you need to vote with your hearts instead of your head, because this is a human issue. This can be your child, your brother or sister, your mother or father. Please vote yes on this.
Jeff, go ahead, please, and begin speaking when you're ready.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jeff Schuler, District 10 resident, currently on vacation visiting family in Ohio. For the last 3 months, I've worked with the Coalition for the Unhoused Silicon Valley and Seeds of Hope, two citizen-led groups who also wish to build safe, dignified places for unhoused people to live. I know how hard it is to find a place to build communities like this, and I thank the mayor's office and the VTA for partnering on this. It sounds like the proposal to split the 200 units across multiple sites has been resolved, and if that's true, thank you for agreeing to build all 200 on the Cerrone Yard. Just before this meeting, I learned that there's a proposal to charge fair market value for the land on which to do this. And I humbly ask that you please do not do this. It's uncustomary, has not been done for other EIH quick build communities, and I ask you to please find a more fiscally responsible solution. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Diane. Go ahead, please, and begin speaking.
My name is Diane, and I'm a 55-year resident of San Jose. I have seen a lot of mistakes, costly mistakes made by boards and committees because they wanted to get something out to the public really quickly and did not think it completely through. Therefore, they had to go back and fix a lot of things at the taxpayers' expense. So before you vote on this, and I ask you to vote yes, but not yet. I would ask you to impose certain conditions on the city of San Jose. Rather than placing these tiny homes on a lot and waiting for months before the city supervisors debate on how to implement the plan, I would ask that you require the city to provide a full set of detailed physical plans on how the housing will be installed, furnished, provided with power, water, sewer, and garbage services, cleaned, maintained, and secured, and they provide street lights and emergency services, access for ambulances and things like that. Thank you very much.
Our last speaker is Ranisha. Go ahead, please, and begin speaking when you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, you all have heard VTA's employees' reasons for opposing your homeless encampment, which neither of you have taken into consideration at all. You've even ignored our general manager's overall reasons of opposition. You seem headstrong in putting the needs of 200 people before the needs of over 2,000. I personally cannot see anything but devastation arising if your plan is implemented. So I have prayed that God will disrupt your plan. However, if he doesn't, it will be because of his will going forth, in which he'll bring glory to himself. Whether you believe it or not, the only power you have is the power King Jesus gives you. He has the last word about all things, and your plan is no exception. All power and glory belongs to him and him alone. That's it.
Thank you, Chair. That ends the public comment.
Thank you. So we'll now return to the board. Vice Chair, did you want to? I'm sorry. Oh.
To the members of the public who had their hand raised and we lowered them, it was because you did not make the cutoff. The chair designated a cutoff for the public comment for this item. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, before you begin, may I just comment
Yes.
very briefly on
Sure.
the fair market value issue? Several speakers have spoken to this. I want to assure the public and the board that this is not something that VTA can waive. This is a requirement for the Federal Transit Administration, and based on Mayor Mahan's request, added into the motion by Ms. Chavez, we will work together with the City of San Jose to address this issue with the Federal Transit Administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair, did you want to follow up on your motion?
What I was going to make comments to the motion, but maybe if folks have questions, we'll do that first. What I just want to encourage is, and I'll just be direct with all of my colleagues, is that in addition to this item, we have to look at the BART item that's ahead of us, which is a very significant item. And so, rather than do clarifying questions and this and that, if we could just go around, and that way I'll take notes, and if we need to change the motion, I can do that, and then I'll go last.
Okay. Director Abe-Koga.
Thank you, Chair. I did have a question regarding the fair market value issue. As you are aware, in Mountain View, the city leased and then ended up purchasing a 2-acre site for an affordable housing project. And I know the price. I don't know if it was fair market value, but that was my question. Are we offering the same rates, I guess I'd call it, for all of the sites that VTA is looking to lease or to sell, or is this a different rate that's being asked?
Carolyn?
Thank you. This is very similar.
If I could, so let me just, again, I think this is an area that we could really spend quite a lot of time on. Let me just make an observation. One of the reasons we added in the motion to require a creation of an annual report for the Governance and Audit Committee is because every single property, I think, has been dealt with slightly differently. And so my expectation is that when we have that report, it will give us a full analysis of all of the property that we have and what kinds of agreements we have with each of them. And as an example, in Mayor Mahan's memo, he uses Mayberry and Santa Teresa, which are different, even different uses than the one that you described. So that's why I hope that what we could do is have the policy discussion separately and accept Mayor Mahan's recommendation.
Carolyn?
Yeah, I just want to quickly just state when we talk about going to FTA, because I know we weren't clear about that in the memo. Right now, if there's a federal investment in the property, which there was, we are required to notify FTA as to what we can or can't do. And at times, from what we're seeing is there technically it would be encumbered and not for a transit use or or something that is supportive of transit. So those will be the issues that we're dealing with. We're just trying to get an answer from FTA, so we can't say what we can or can't do yet, and that's where we're at this point. It's not that we want to charge fair market value. I don't know what we want to do, but that's where we have to be at this point.
My question was just in terms of all of our sites and having an equitable
Approach.
policy on them. Thank you.
Director Mahan.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Burt. Appreciate it. I mostly just want to express a lot of gratitude this evening. First, want to thank all the members of the public who took the time to come out and share your perspective, your stories. I found it very powerful to hear directly from you all, and I appreciate that as you are so civically engaged and advocating and organizing, you are holding all of us accountable across all of our government agencies for dealing with the greatest crisis facing our community right now, which is the fact that we have thousands of neighbors living outside in unsheltered conditions, which is inhumane and terrible for everyone in the community. And I want to really thank our partners at VTA, Carolyn Gannat, Greg Richardson, Jim Lawson, Ron Gollum, and the entire VTA staff for working so closely with city staff, Lee Wilcox, Jim Ortball, Omar Passons, Reagan Henninger, and many others. Since our last board meeting, we gave you a quite comprehensive task, and you all spent, poor Jim is rolling his eyes, more than comprehensive. I know it was many long hours, nights and weekends, and I appreciate that you thoroughly evaluated the other sites and talked through deal terms, and we have the shape of an agreement here that I think is very fair to VTA, takes into account the concerns we discussed last month about worker safety. I want to thank the bargaining units for being engaged throughout the course of the month and being open to this particular solution, one that really maximizes taxpayer resources and maximizes the number of individuals who we are able to help. So I appreciate the engagement from everyone, VTA being willing to be a strong partner and acknowledge that VTA's core mission is not to resolve the housing crisis, and yet at least I firmly believe it's going to take all of us collaborating, getting out of our comfort zone, being bold, taking some risks together to solve the crisis. So I'm grateful to everyone for being willing to do that, and I appreciate, Vice Chair Chavez, that you included the memo that will instruct us to make a best faith effort to work with FTA to be able to waive that requirement so that we can potentially stretch our dollars even further. So I appreciate everybody being willing to work together and get to this solution, which in the long run I think is going to be a huge win for everybody in our community. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. Director Foley.
Thank you. I want to thank Vice Chair Chavez for the motion that you made that included all of the memos and the staff recommendation, and the collaboration there and the collaboration between the VTA staff and the City of San Jose is really critical to getting this project done. I'm really glad that we've made it to this step, and I look forward to everyone voting yes and supporting this, because once we put this behind, then hopefully we can work on my cherry EIHs and get some EIHs in District 9, which was approved a few months ago before this one. It's important that we share in housing the unhoused individuals all over the city of San Jose, and District 9 wants to share in that too, and we look forward to collaborating with everybody. But thank you, Carolyn. Thank you, everyone, for your leadership in this. It's really a critical issue that we all work together and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Kamei, and then I see Directors Lee and Jane have hands raised too. And then Blakely. Director Kamei.
Thank you so much. You know, these things don't happen by accident. This is a result of a lot of really, really hard work, some very late nights, and I just want to recognize that and say thank you. Thank you for everyone who was involved in this, and I know that there were many. So it is great to be at this point in time. I also want to encourage. One of the speakers mentioned really trying to get the Community Advisory Committee and Safety Advisory Committee, the working group. It takes time, and so I would encourage that whatever you can do now, don't wait. Just go ahead and get it initiated, because it's going to take time. So I just want to thank everyone, because it is work, lots of hard work. And so I'm just pleased that we're able to bring it together. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Lee.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, wow, what a difference one meeting makes, right? So first, let me say that I want to make sure that the committee is working on this in the future, that there will be some type of a shuttle bus service established adjacent to this site, since it doesn't have one currently, and that would be absolutely necessary for this to work. On ensuring the safety of the site and the residents, I would like to request that the Safety Advisory Committee to review some of the larger and successful temporary supportive housing projects, like Hilda Solis Care First Village in Los Angeles, of similar size, housing over 230 unhoused single residents there, and to ensure this project's success. My chief of staff and I have actually visited this project 2 years ago and was very impressed of how well it has been run and managed, and how this is a game changer for those residents, providing them with a well-run and managed, and able to provide these safe roof over their heads, 3 meals a day, and case management service to help these residents to heal while waiting to transition to permanent housing. I definitely want to send my deepest thanks to all those that work so hard in terms of our VTA staff in the city of San Jose, but my county colleague Cindy Chavez for crafting this very well thought out motion, creating these 200 units in Cerrone site, and the buy-ins from VTA and our unions, which is definitely not easy. And I also want to thank our Chair Burt, your leadership, San Jose Council members Cohen, Davis, Foley, Torres, and of course Mayor Mahan for working so hard in the past weeks to move mountains to reach this very thoughtful solution, to take advantage of this one-time opportunity funded by the governor's office. So I just want to send my congrats on this, and really hope that this could move very quickly, as our Vice Mayor and member Kamei mentioned, that we need to move this ASAP. This is not a project you should move in the serial fashion. This is something that you need to have multiple pipelines move in parallel to make this happen quickly. So I just want to say thank you, and definitely urge all my colleagues to support this.
Thank you. Director Jane.
Yeah, first I want to thank VTA staff and the staff of the city of San Jose for working diligently to hammer out some sort of agreement but I did have some concerns. Well, first I want to say there's absolutely a need for this. The recent joint venture Silicon Valley poll said that 74% of Bay Area residents say homelessness has gotten worse. And then also from that same poll, when they polled the top issues facing the Bay Areas, they said number 1 is the cost of housing, and number 2 is homelessness, where 69% say it's an extremely serious problem. So I'm glad that we are addressing this and that we're taking advantage of this offer from the state of free units, and that we can make the best of it. But, you know, we recently in the city of Santa Clara considered a interim supportive housing project, and there was a large amount of opposition to this. And as a result of it, we hammered out sort of some of the issues of concern. So I want to make sure that this is successful. So I do have a few questions. First, as I read through the documents, I see one says a maximum of 200 persons, and the other one says 200 units. Elsewhere it says 200 units. What if there's a couple? Is it still that there's a maximum of 200 people? The second was that I had heard that there are existing concerns about the security of the Cerrone site. The fences aren't high enough. There isn't enough lighting. So I would like to make sure that our employees are reassured that we will improve the security of the site in general, not just the fence between the interim housing site and the Cerrone yard. And I imagine that hopefully the Safety Advisory Committee would cover those issues as well, not just the fencing around the interim housing. One of the issues that came up in Santa Clara was that, you know, and I saw that in the document it says the residents don't have tenant status. So this means that if the tenants or the residents violate the rules around violence and such, they could easily be ejected from the site. And then is there a maximum length of stay? You know, we have this issue where we don't have enough permanent housing, and will this accidentally become permanent housing if there's no place to put people, or do they get dumped onto the streets? So those are kind of some of the things. I know those are probably not VTA issues, but they're not all VTA issues, but I just kind of wanted to get some understanding of those to make this as successful as we can. But clearly we need this. And I like the fact that we're putting 200 in one place because we get the economies of scale. Thank you.
To the extent staff is able to address some of Director Jane's questions at this time, you're welcome to provide any responses you may have.
I'll take a crack at the first couple of them. As far as the number of units, number of people, the agreement right now is stipulating that it's 200 units, but not to exceed 200 people. That people would include, if there's couples are included as two. That's how we've identified it. So if there's a couple, then it'll be two people. As it relates to the surrounding area, that is one of the items, Director Jane, that you had mentioned. As the security committee gets together, especially on the early phases, to identify some of those items that are necessary to enhance the security and safety of the Cerrone site itself. Those are items that will be identified, and we'll work with the city to identify how best to mitigate and remedy those particular items. So whether it's fencing, lighting, CCTV type stuff, all of those type of things are going to be identified and evaluated and determined how best to make it happen.
So Greg, I can address the item on the length of stay. So Jim Ortball from the City of San Jose City Manager's Office. Director, the typical length of stay has been averaging about 6 months in our emergency interim housing facilities. Some people do stay longer. Our goal is to work very closely and in a customized way with each participant that comes into our facilities to really look to find them permanent housing, to stabilize them, and to support them. If it takes a little bit longer than 6 months, we continue to work with them. Some people, it's a little bit shorter than that, but our housing department is focused on stabilizing people when they come into our communities, seeking permanent housing for them, supporting them on health and other behavioral needs. And if employment is in the works, that's addressed as well. So our goal really is to support and help them and then move them on to permanent housing. This is not permanent housing, and people won't stay on a permanent basis.
Okay. Thank you. Director Blankley, then Lopez, then Dean.
Thank you. I actually have a question to what Carolyn was speaking to earlier, so I hope everyone can remember. It's about the fair market value and the need to, you were referring to, Carolyn, you were referring to an encumbrance on the property, and that's why you would need to go through the FTA to know if you need to charge fair market value or not.
Well, we need to understand what they mean by whether it's an encumbrance.
Okay.
I mean, it's considered an encumbrance, and does that mean fair market value or not? That's sort of the way the circular reads right now.
The circular requires us to charge fair market value for any property that has a federal investment in it.
Okay.
So the Cerrone Yard was purchased with a combination of funds, some of which came from the federal government. So according to their circular, we must require fair market value. We will, as the motion, if the motion passes, we will work with the City of San Jose and try to get a closer definition and, if possible, a waiver on
Yes,
it.
I haven't actually gotten to my question yet then, which is if you do have to charge rent, a fair market value, let's say it comes to that, it's not been waived, who gets that rent? VTA?
VTA does.
It
yes.
doesn't, okay, so if VTA gets the rent, then why can't VTA give the rent back to San Jose?
Well, that's a pretty interesting idea.
Okay, just wondering, yeah, so I would like to put that in the motion, that that be part of the motion, that if it is not waived, that then it be given back.
I don't know if I don't want to say
not
that
go
we
there.
can do that. I mean,
No.
that would probably get noticed. It could get.
That could be a problem.
We'll work through that. I understand that, but I can't say we can just give it back. So we'll.
Well, if it's yours, it's yours.
Well,
That's-
we have a good working relationship with the FTA. As you know, we're working diligently with them in terms of the BART extension project. That will be the subject of the next item. We do have to follow their regulations, and I'm not quite sure how they would view what you have suggested. However,
saying that it's
we will make best efforts.
another thing to consider to make this the same as what VTA does in its efforts to promote interim housing everywhere. This is the first time I have ever heard of charging fair market value for any of these. I mean, whether it's the interim, whether it's been permanent, well, permanent housing, I guess you sell. But it's just, the fair market value's got to be something like $1 million. So it's not insignificant. So I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah,
and would like it to
we're
be.
just studying it. We don't even know. We don't know what
I
this
know.
assume is that. Oftentimes, what happens for us when we do have a piece of property and we're going to use it for something else, we actually have to move that federal interest in that part to something else, so to something else we own. So there's other ways to deal with it. That's the reason why I'm saying that. So I'm not sure what we can or can't do at this point.
Right.
We're waiting for the reading from FTA because they don't know what to tell us
I
at
understand.
this point.
I'm just suggesting that the motion include doing it if it is legally allowed to be done. That's all I have to add.
Vice Chair?
Yeah, let me just say, as the maker of the motion, what I am in favor of is looking at whether or not, if there are any, if rent is required, that the proceeds be considered to improve the site, because there's going to be joint investments in parts of the site. And I think the point you're raising is that we don't want to make it harder for the city to provide the services, and we also want to make sure it's possible for VTA to take the actions they need to take that could include improved fencing and other things. So I think the intent, and the way I read Mayor Mahan's intent, was to make sure that we were doing our very best in partnership with the FTA not to have to pay fees. If fees are paid, my expectation is that they would enhance the project. Does that suit your needs?
It's not putting anything in writing. I hear what you're
No,
saying.
I'm
just
saying we could put that as part of the motion, and the intent is to reinvest, but we can't answer the question.
to reinvest in this project.
Yes, and in the project area, because there will be impacts both to VTA and to the site. I think that makes sense, and that would be my expectation from our staff. Anyway.
Okay.
Is that okay with the seconder?
Yes, I agree with that.
Thank you.
Director Lopez.
Thank you so much. Couldn't be more grateful to the leadership of my colleagues on the board, San Jose City staff, VTA staff for working on this. I was thrilled to actually learn during the presentation that the working groups have, some maybe not fully formed, but have begun to start discussions. That's exactly what we need. So, of course, fully support the motion. I just want to speak to two groups who are key stakeholders. I'm very grateful for your being here tonight and for being here the last time this item came up. First is to our employee groups and our brothers and sisters in labor. Deeply appreciate your collaboration on this, because nothing that we undertake as an agency can succeed without your input and support, so I deeply appreciate it. And then second is to our unhoused neighbors. Deeply appreciate your being here, your sharing your truth and your experience, and calling us out when we've fallen short. And I was very proud during the last item to make amendments requiring both labor and our unhoused neighbors to have a seat at the table. And I'm very proud that that will be a part of the motion going forward, because we can't, the answers to these questions, and I agree, we need to do everything in our power to get our neighbors off the streets, and it is a housing crisis, and to address that. But the answers aren't at this dais, they're with those who have the lived experience. And so I'm proud that we're moving forward with this. I'm grateful for your time and experience and expertise that you have lent to this, and will continue to, and fully expect that everyone will continue to have a seat at the table. So thank you very much.
Director Dean.
Thank you. And I'm proud of our board for coming together to not just do what is necessary to get humans off the street, but just as importantly, taking employee concerns into account. The motion put forth by Vice Chair Chavez brings all the voices to the table and moves us forward in a manner that mitigates safety concerns while maximizes saving unhoused residents. I am excited to join with the call that I heard from our employee groups in public comment and support the motion. Thank you.
And Director Mahan, did you have
Very quick comment question. Just in terms of the, on public comment, we had a number of individuals who signed on and weren't able to speak and understand the, what we did there. But was that noticed anywhere? Is that something we can communicate in the future if we didn't? I just want to make sure.
It was stated at the beginning of public comments that they would be, signups would end after the first.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we were clear because we certainly heard from a number of people who wanted to express themselves, but understood. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay. Any other colleagues wish to speak? Well, I'll just then try to wrap up. This is kind of one of those circumstances where I think everything's been said, but not everybody's said it. So I'll just echo my appreciation for not only achieving such an important project, but appreciation for our workforce who have really stepped forward and worked collaboratively to have their concerns addressed and frankly been willing to make compromises that were very important because of their commitment to addressing this problem as well. And on that note, I think we're ready to have an update on the motion and then vote on it.
All right. So let me just restate for the record what the motion is. We are moving the staff's recommendation to execute a ground lease with the City of San Jose to locate emergency interim housing with a maximum occupancy of 200 persons on no more than 2.7 acres of property. I'm sorry, Jiminy Christmas. What did I say? Oh my goodness. Okay, thank you. 2.7.
No, 7.2.
Oh my gosh. You guys, I just want you to know there is a coffee in back and I will go take advantage of it in a moment. I'm going to read it again. That with a maximum occupancy of 200 persons on no more than 7.2 acres of property as shown on attachment B at the Cerrone bus yard for the base period of 5 years, subject to the following conditions: the implementation of housing in a phased opening approach. Item 2, which is the approval of the temporary use of fair market value, will be eliminated from the staff's recommendations. Approval of the security plan by the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority and other regulatory agencies whose approval is required. Approval of an operating plan by VTA inclusive of supportive services as needed, included but not limited to mental health, drug and alcohol rehabilitation services, food services, and transportation services. 4, that the approval of termination and removal plan by VTA. 5, the establishment of a safety advisory committee composed of VTA employees, union members, Cities of San Jose staff, safety personnel from both agencies. Inclusion of the community advisory committee composed of neighborhoods, communities, businesses, and members with lived experience, including but not limited to a member from each of the VTA unions on site. Inclusion of plans for transportation access. Then, including the memorandum from Chairperson Pat Burt, myself, Member Davis, and Member Omar Torres, that adds the initiation of Community Advisory Committee and Safety Committee to begin work immediately with the assistance in preparation and successful implementation as soon as possible, and schedule monthly meetings so there can be a robust and successful development. The group should be inclusive of the staff's recommendations as well as San Jose Council member from District 4. Develop a working group that includes the City of San Jose City Manager, the VTA General Manager, and all appropriate senior staff to ensure the efficient implementation of the agreement. Require the creation of an annual report to the Governance and Audit Committee regarding all leases of VTA land with outside parties with an analysis of contract adherence. And I'm going to add, because of the discussion, an analysis of the policies that currently govern our uses of those lands through leases. based on the discussion we had from staff. Okay. Finally, adding Mayor Mahan's memo in recognition and consideration of community benefits that this project will generate, the general manager is directed to work with the City of San Jose to request the FTA waives the fair market value requirement and negotiate a lease amount that reflects similar lease agreements between VTA and the City of San Jose. And if rent is required, our staff work to reinvest that same amount into the project and the immediate surrounding areas. And that is our collective motion. And we have a second. I said it, okay. Here's what I wanted to just say to, first I want to say to the public, thank you very much, those of you who wrote us and called in. You know, it's really important to get everybody's feedback. I want to say a very special thank you to the workers at BTA. I'm very sorry that you were villainized in this process. You know, when you're doing hard things like this, being disrespectful is not helpful, and it's not helpful to getting people moving in the right direction. So I just want you to know I feel very bad that that happened. I want to thank our staffs. I particularly want to thank Carolyn and Jim and Greg and Jim Ortball and Omar and Lee and the City of San Jose. These are not easy agreements, and the fact that we gave you 30 days to come up with an actual draft agreement, and you did that, I just want to really acknowledge how important that is and how grateful I am. I also wanted to say, you know, I don't think there's anybody up here who isn't prioritizing homelessness. And I say that because often when we're having conflicts over how to do something, we start to ascribe motives or other things to each other. And I just want to say to the public how important it is that we all had genuine policy disagreements about how to proceed, not if we should proceed. And when we minimize those, it makes it seem as though there are villains and heroes in these situations. And the fact of the matter is, we're all public servants, and we have an obligation to move the whole community forward as robustly, kindly, and forcefully on occasion as we can, particularly when we're dealing with difficult issues. For VTA, our job is to move people from point A to point B, get them to their doctor's appointments, to their school, to see their families. And we, as a VTA board, have an opportunity and an obligation, I think, to protect the weakest in our community, and that is what we're doing tonight, and we have to balance both. So I don't need to urge my colleagues to vote yes on this. What I want to urge is that we continue with all of our organizations to dig in deep, figure out how to work together even when it is hard. And in this instance, we are going to have to hold each other accountable and do that in a very transparent, respectful way, because the other thing we have to recognize is what we're doing is very, very difficult. It is hard. If it were easy, it would be solved already. If it were easy, we would know exactly how to do this. So I'm only encouraging us to make sure as we move forward that we're creating space and grace for people to give real, meaningful, thoughtful feedback so we get better at what we're doing. And with that, I'm very excited to vote yes and then to go get coffee. You guys ready? I'm ready.
Okay. Elaine, would you please call the roll?
Yeah. Foley.
Yes, the second was Pam.
Yeah.
Pam Foley.
All right. Yes. Right. The secretary agreed with all the changes, right? Yeah. I saw her nodding earlier.
Yeah. She was just asking if you were comfortable with the motion, and it's fine. No, she wants to read it again.
Yeah, Blank.
Yes.
Thank you. Davis.
Yes.
Dean.
Yes.
Foley.
Aye.
Jane.
Yes.
Jimenez is absent, so I'll call on Kamei.
Yes.
Lee.
Yes.
Lopez.
Aye.
Mahan.
Aye.
Torres.
Yes.
Chavez.
Yes.
Burt.
Yes.
Motion passed. Thank you.
Thank you again, and thank you to everybody who has participated in this important item. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll return to discuss BART Silicon Valley.
Recording stopped.
Oh, yeah, thanks. We're going to be reconvening.
Recording in progress.
Colleagues, if you can return to the dais. Okay. We're going to be reconvening now. If people can continue their discussions outside the chamber, that would be appreciated. All right. The last item on the regular agenda is item 7.3, an information item to receive an update on the new baseline cost and schedule estimates and a financial plan overview for VTA's BART Silicon Valley Phase 2 Extension Project. Gary Griggs, Chief BART Silicon Valley Program Officer, Peter Rogoff, Consultant, and Greg Richardson, Assistant GM and Chief Financial Officer, will provide the report. So, welcome, Gary.
Chair Burt, Vice Chair Chavez, Directors, and General Manager Gannat. My name's Gary Griggs. I'm the VTA Program Director of the BART Silicon Valley Extension. We have a series of presentations here, presenters that will be addressing this issue. I believe our General Manager is going to start out with some introductory comments, and then we'll move on to Mr. Rogoff, myself, and Greg Richardson.
Thank you. Do we have the presentation? Sorry. And the next slide.
Never works.
Okay, so tonight we're going to have a few, pretty full agenda just for this topic. I'm going to just provide these few opening remarks. Then we have Peter Rogoff here, who was the previous Federal Transit Administrator, as well as the Undersecretary for Policy at the USDOT, correct? You'll correct me if I'm wrong. And Gary Griggs will then talk about the new baseline cost and schedule, and Greg will follow up with the financial plan interview. So we could go to the next slide. Okay, one more.
I don't know if we can get somebody to advance the slides.
There we go. One of the critical items right now is to remember that this project has been in the eyes of the Bay Area for over 50 years, and that we really are looking at ringing the Bay with passenger rail, and this is the remaining 6 miles. And it is a multi-generational project that will move people throughout the entire Bay Area, will support our economic development, and to me is much more than a transportation investment, is that it allows really connections everywhere and mobility and equity for many, many people. So I think this project is something that this board and agencies before us have actually worked very hard towards, and we are now on the precipice of being able to move forward, though, as you know, tonight we will be talking about the cost of the project as well as the schedule. But I just want to give some sense of just how important this project is for not only our residents in Santa Clara County who have heavily supported this project, but also for everybody in the region who's and actually for Silicon Valley, that is such a huge economic generator for the country. So I'm going to pass this on to Gary. Oh, wait, are we going to go to the next slide? Oh, yeah. So I'll just cover a few more slides. So this is the Phase 2 extension. Many of you know that. It's the 4 stations. 5 miles of it are in subway. We also have a maintenance facility at the end of the line. And it would be the last phase in this sense of connecting to Caltrain. Next. I'm not going to read all this because I want to get through the night, but we have a number of project benefits, everything, particularly in terms of climate change. It's a reduction of our overall carbon footprint. We actually do a lot of work around the station site so that we can actually activate, walkability, vibrancy, activity around centers. There's a lot of intermodal connections in this project as well with our light rail. If you talk about Diridon Station, we're looking over 500 train trips in and out of Diridon Station every day. When BART gets there, you have light rail, you have Caltrain, you have the Amtrak services as well as Altamont Commuter Express. So those all together make that station really important. So these intermodal connections that will happen within to me, into this area is absolutely can be a huge shift in where the center of gravity is in the Bay Area in terms of the development that can occur into this county. Next. I'm going to now turn this over to Peter Rogoff, and he will introduce himself a little bit and talk about the national trends of what's going on with the costs. And I think this is not something you're just going to see in terms of this project, but infrastructure projects throughout the country.
Well, thank you, Carolyn, and Chair Burt, Vice Chair Chavez, and members of the board. My name is Peter Rogoff, and I serve as principal and managing partner of the Contorta Group. But as Carolyn pointed out, prior to founding Contorta, I served as CEO of Sound Transit in Greater Seattle for about 7 years, where we got voter approval and launched the largest transit expansion program in the U.S., centered around expanding our light rail system from 32 to 116 miles in 3 counties. Prior to that, I had a 29-year career with the federal government, including 7 years in the Obama administration as the Federal Transit Administrator for 5 years, and then as the department's Undersecretary for Policy. While serving as the FTA Administrator, I had the pleasure of signing the then record number of full funding grant agreements, including the agreement for Phase 1 of the BART extension to Berryessa. Prior to my first confirmation, I also served on the staff of the Senate Transportation Appropriations Subcommittee for 19 years, so I have a fair degree of familiarity both with deploying the projects, how the federal process works, and how they get funded. So Carolyn had asked me to brief you both on the challenges in deploying mega projects and the complicated path for federal funding. Most importantly, the acute cost pressures and sizable cost growth VTA has encountered in the last 2 years to complete the last 6 miles of the BART network and Ring the Bay are not unique to this project. They are not unique to transit expansions. They are not unique to major transportation projects. Indeed, we're seeing significant cost growth burdening major construction projects across the U.S. When it comes to multifamily housing, arenas, highways, port infrastructure, power plants, and anything large that involves a lot of concrete, steel, and people. I'm going to start the presentation with a little bit of good news, namely, the enactment of the bipartisan infrastructure bill means there is an unprecedented level of federal funding for public transit in general, and for the Capital Investment Grant Program in particular, which is the federal program that funds projects like the BART extension. Second, in terms of good news for the climate, there are a great many agencies all across the country that are taking on long-delayed mega projects to expand transit in communities or recapitalize what they have. So Santa Clara County really has common cause with places like New York and New Jersey, LA, Atlanta, the Twin Cities, Chicago, Seattle, as many others. A third bit of good news, this cost growth is not coming as a surprise as we daylight these cost increases to our federal funding partner. At USDOT, it was just reiterated 2 weeks ago by Secretary Buttigieg when he testified before the House Transportation Committee and said the increase in project costs is a real concern. It's one of the main threats to the successful implementation of the bipartisan infrastructure bill and something we think about every day. So why have project costs risen so rapidly in such a short period of time? While each major infrastructure project has its own nuances, the factors that have driven up costs are nearly identical across sectors. One of the areas that has gotten plenty of attention is the supply chain disruptions and the associated spike in materials costs. While many might believe that the supply chain challenges, we don't hear about it in the media as much as we used to. Some might think that those challenges are behind us, but actually an industry survey published by the Associated General Contractors just a month ago today had 65% of projects saying that they're encountering delays because of supply chain challenges. Even more, the costs of materials has risen to unprecedented levels. You can see it on these charts here. While some have begun to level off or drop slightly, they are not showing any signs of returning to pre-pandemic levels. Mortenson recently published getting farther and farther away, noting that increased labor costs, even where material prices are stabilizing, the increase in labor costs is starting to offset any benefit from the lower costs for materials and transportation. So probably the biggest problem that we have in the industry right now is a shortage of skilled labor at effectively every level, including plumbers, carpenters, laborers, cost estimators, architects, engineers, supervisors, surveyors, you name it. It's the most troubling because it's apparent that this problem is going to persist well into the future. The AGC Autodesk survey reveals that these industry-wide shortages are in many areas even more acute when it comes to transportation projects, and others shortages appear to be even more acute here in California. So for example, 78% of projects report trouble filling vacancies for bricklayers, but that percentage rises to 89% for transportation projects. 79% struggle to find mechanics. I'm not going to go into all of these, but when it comes to challenges in California, 65% of respondents share that longer lead times or shortages of materials are triggering project delays. That number grows to 71% in California. And governmental delays, including the lack of approvals or inspectors, have triggered project delays, I guess at a number of around 35% for most respondents, but that's 52% in California. Interestingly, the combination of these staff shortages has really prompted the Association of General Contractors to say that the training pipeline in the United States is really fundamentally broken. And that is unique language for them. I will tell you that when I stepped down from Sound Transit, before I stepped down, we commonly had great partners and some of our contractors that we enjoyed working with, and we bemoaned the fact that they suddenly left the company when we're no longer working on the project. But because we had 5 projects going on at the same time, that same individual will suddenly reemerge working on another project for another contractor, having signed a signing bonus to get lured away from one to the other. And that's what's going on in the industry right now. Wages are rising, which is great for the workers. Skilled labor is getting signing bonuses, great for the families, but we're not necessarily growing the resource. We're just moving the same people around at a higher and higher price. Also, obviously, another item that's news to nobody, we now have the highest interest rates in 22 years. And obviously, these projects are financed, and the federal funds rate is going to influence, as Greg would tell you, any number of different financing options that projects like this would use. Another item of specific concern, actually, I think, is the increasing lack of competition within the marketplace. There have been a number of mergers and consolidations, and there are only so many firms, maybe a shrinking number of firms, that can take on mega projects and build things of this size. Less than 4 miles from my home in Seattle is State Route 520. You can see that bridge right over there. It connects the University of Washington with I-5. The Washington State Department of Transportation estimated it would cost about $800 million to replace. The project recently received just 2 bids, the lowest of which was $1.3 billion. Just 2 years ago, in 2021, the state received an average of 6 bids per project. Thus far in 2023, the average has dropped to 2.5 bids per project. Another project I'm not going to get into in detail, but is sort of telling, an expansion of the St. Louis Convention Center that was supposed to be done in 2 phases. The first phase received only 1 bid, which was 60% higher than their estimate. And for their second phase, they received 0 bids. Interestingly, among the explanations given was the complexity of the project and the fact that the contractors in the region were already busy building a soccer stadium and a large new headquarters for the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, which is to say contractors are busy, and project owners can no longer assume that just by putting a project out for bid means there will be multiple contractors seeking that job with competitive prices. In June, I had the opportunity to assist the White House Infrastructure Implementation Team in organizing a virtual gathering of major contractors, along with Infrastructure Coordinator Mitch Landrieu and senior staff from USDOT and the White House Infrastructure Team. The purpose was to discuss this challenge with rising project costs. And a consistent theme emerged from a very diverse group of contractors. The continuing uncertainty around material costs, labor availability, interest rates, and other factors like local permitting are requiring them to build those uncertainties into their asking price. Today, the contractors are looking for less complexity, less uncertainty, far less risk or shared risk with the project owner, and a clearer path to profitability. And it is worth remembering that every one of these major contractors at one point or another in the last few years, while they've made money on some projects, they've taken a bath on others for either misbidding it, and they are sitting there in litigation with a state DOT or a transit agency or an airport trying to get the money they believe that they are owed so they can move on to the next job. So in today's marketplace, complexity and risky projects are being priced at a premium. The growth in overall infrastructure spending means that contractors will have other less risky opportunities to compete for, assuming they could find sufficient personnel to do the work. So what's the upshot of these factors? When you combine the rising cost of materials, the supply chain disruptions, the acute shortage of skilled labor, higher interest rates, and a smaller number of selective contractors, you end up with this skyward pointing curve on the construction cost index. This one happens to be produced by the Federal Highway Administration. The Federal Transit Administration does not do a construction cost index, but the contractors are almost uniformly the same. The transit projects might be a little bit more complex, which makes me worry that the transit curve might even be steeper. But that is what's happened, as you can see, just in the last couple of years. We're seeing a slope to that curve that's never been seen in the industry for as long as they've published this index. Also, I've done some work on what's happening as it relates to California. To their very great credit, Caltrans does a very transparent report every quarter on projects that they deem to be at risk, the project watch list. And it identifies projects that are exceeding their budget estimates, including projects that might exceed their estimates by more than 20%. And I compared the reports between March of 2021 and the most recent report from June of this year, which is roughly the same time frame between the publication of the $9.3 and $12.2 billion estimates for the BART extension. The two reports reveal a dramatic growth in both the number of projects at risk and the size of the estimated cost growth. And the story is even more dramatic for the projects not yet in construction. So between March of 2021 and June of 2023, the total number of Caltrans projects deemed to be at risk for budget overruns grew by 59.1%. But the estimated dollars at risk grew by 144%. The number of projects categorized as very high risk grew by 140.7%. And the numbers that were exceeding their original budget by more than 20% grew by 84.6%. Importantly, these are also being felt by major transit projects across the country. I'm going to go through these quickly, but the numbers speak for themselves. The Chicago Red Line that was just admitted into the engineering phase a few months ago in July. In that 2-year time frame, their published cost growth under FTA reports grew by 57.5%. This is just a BRT project that collects North Charleston and South Charleston. It was admitted into the engineering phase in July of last year. But in that, in a very short period of time, 1 year, it grew by 61.3%. The Second Avenue Subway project in New York City, they are not yet in engineering, but that has grown by 34.3% just between March of 2021 and 2023. And the Trans-Hudson Tunnel, a huge project in New York, between those 2 years grew by 50.4%. They were also just admitted into engineering back in July. LA is not that different. If I can get it back. Well, trust me that LA is not that different. I need this thing. Sorry, I'm having a responsiveness issue. There's LA. I'm not going to get in. So one of the other things that Carolyn asked me to talk about is next steps in the FTA project. What does it mean to bring this new cost project, this new cost in this project to the FTA when seeking admission into the engineering phase? Let me just conclude a little bit about what's going on with cost increasing, and then I'll talk about the FTA project, the FTA process. Trying to get to conclusions. There we are. You know, when I administered the FTA component of the Recovery Act in the early years of the Obama administration, we benefited from really the opposite dynamic. We had a very beneficial pricing environment. Construction firms were thrilled to get work of any kind. Sometimes they were getting to work on projects that had been canceled because of the recession, but had been restarted because of the Recovery Act. And they were very happy to bid at a price that would just allow them to pay off their leases on equipment and keep their people employed. And now the market environment really couldn't be any more different. Contractors are focused on avoiding uncertainty and taking great care in selecting which projects they will bid on. The new cost estimate for the BART extension is certainly not good news to anyone, but it falls squarely in line with what we are seeing in major infrastructure projects across California and across the country. Now, as it relates to the FTA process, let's see. The new cost estimate for the BART extension project will feed into the federal funding process, and here's a few things about what the board can expect going forward. As I pointed out earlier in my presentation, the Chicago Red Line and the Trans-Hudson Tunnel had been admitted into the engineering phase despite their very sizable increase in costs. Though it's important to remember that progress into the engineering phase is not automatic, and the process to advance is anything but pro forma. Over the coming months, FTA staff will have to compile a tremendous amount of information based on this new cost estimate and a new financial plan, as well as producing a slew of additional documents to submit to the FTA. I believe this list here is just an abbreviated list of the things that have going to be submitted to the FTA. But importantly, FTA's job will be to analyze and second guess every one of these documents. That's what they do. They will run their own scenarios and seek to independently validate or refute the proposed budget, the proposed schedule, the financial plan, and they will also evaluate VTA's ability to manage and deliver the project. Importantly, it's quite possible, if not likely, that the project budget and schedule will change again as these discussions and negotiations advance with the FTA. To reiterate, this process is anything but pro forma, but the BART extension is also in a very strong position as it enters this process. Carolyn mentioned it earlier, but it really can't be overstated what a major milestone it was to have the Biden administration formally request the first $500 million for this project in its budget for 2024. It's a very strong endorsement and signals a federal partner that is strongly leaning in to help make this happen. It's also notable that the project already has a letter of no prejudice from the FTA that will allow certain expenses being incurred now to be reimbursed by the FTA, assuming the project gets to the finish line. The project is also in a very advantageous position because the federal contribution was not capped prematurely at the $9.3 billion level. The opportunity now exists for the federal contribution to rise with the new cost estimate, just as it did for the Trans-Hudson Tunnel. That said, the federal contribution will be capped at a dollar ceiling once the project is admitted to engineering, so it will be important for the VTA's financial plan to be sufficiently robust to finance all cost contingencies and other surprises above that federal ceiling. I will say I have been working around this process and project-related work since the late 1980s. It is extraordinarily rare for any administration to turn tail on a project for which it has already sought funds in its formal budget. More importantly, I can't remember any instance in which a project with a signed full funding grant agreement has not eventually received from the FTA and Congress all the money owed under that agreement. As Carolyn pointed out earlier, it doesn't always come in the timing you want and doesn't always come in the precise dollar amount in each year, but the bills do get paid off. And that has been true really regardless of the political winds. So really VTA's challenge now is to follow up on the support and the standing that is already embedded in the President's budget and muster all your local and congressional support to do all the work necessary to secure that funding agreement. And with that, I think I'm kicking it to Gary.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Again, Gary Griggs, VTA Program Officer. So that certainly sets the context for what I'd like to talk to you about now in terms of our new baseline costs and schedule. Carolyn brought me on here almost exactly a year ago with a lot of objectives going forward. One of the most challenging is to try to forecast the future. And that's what we're able to do because I want to explain to you how we went about that and how we can have confidence in these numbers that we're bringing forward to you. I would like to acknowledge the work that's been done over the last year to bring us to this point because it's very critical to understand and give credence to the numbers that we'll be presenting to you. So we have restructured the overall program in the way that we're delivering it. We did that for a couple of reasons. One was to affect a better project and more consistent with a mature system like BART. And the other thing was to protect us against some of these inflationary factors that Peter has just spoken about. So I'm very happy that we were able to accomplish that. We've also advanced the design even beyond preliminary engineering now, beyond the 30% level. And that's absolutely critical to having the basis for a cost estimate and schedule that we can rely on. And then we have the good fortune of having the contractor on board for the big tunnel and track work contract, Kiewit Shea Trailer. So we've been working with them over the course of the year to lay out the path of what's going to be the biggest contract and find ways forward and address cost and schedule considerations as we do that. All of this is critical to the ability to make these forecasts. And I want to recognize our partners in this too, such as BART and the many others that have worked closely with us to make this happen, and acknowledge and thank the entire program team and the many stakeholders who have been helping us. Yeah. And then finally, I want to thank the board for your guidance and direction as we've gone through this. The first thing I want to start out is critical to understand the scope of the project that we're going to be providing the costs and schedule. It is the project that we wanted to build. It consists of 6 miles, 5 miles of tunnel. We have 4 new BART stations, 3 of them underground, 1 of them at grade. And we have the storage yard and maintenance facility. So we're still providing costs and schedules to provide that fundamental project that we've been striving for. As you know, it is a single bore tunnel, so we have some benefits and innovations forthcoming from that, and somewhat different than the traditional twin bore systems that we've seen elsewhere. So I'd like to go through and look a bit at the past and the background and where we're coming from. So in 2021, we were in a program that was known as Expedited Project Delivery, of the FTA program, and that allowed us to tap 25% federal funding from that program. And That was, at that time, we had an estimate in 2021 that was based on the risk assessment done by the Federal Transit Administration of $9.1 billion. It also was the single bore tunnel that we had of a smaller diameter that we're looking at now that did have this stack station configuration. It was based on a conceptual level estimate that was developed in 2020, and as I mentioned, that applying the FTA risk assessment brought it to the $9.1 billion. In 2022, we were accepted back into the New Starts program under Federal Transit Administration, as I've been reporting to you. And one of the reasons we did that, of course, is because under the New Starts program, we can garner 50% federal share in the funding of the program. And so that then took us to the number that we put in New Starts submittal in 2022 to $9.3 billion, a bit larger than the number in 2021. It was driven by the fact that we had some increased financing costs at that time. And also at that time, we had a revenue service date prediction of 2033. So a lot has happened since then, and Peter has just explained that in great detail, and I've been reporting that to the board in the year that I've been here. So we've been working with the Kiewit trailer contractor team, which was selected in 2022, and they have come forth with some good innovations that we're applying to the projects, which I've reported to the board. And one of the innovations was enlarging the tunnel diameter such that we could accommodate a better trackway where we had side-by-side trackways with center platform. Very, very much an improvement in terms of the operations of the system, as well as passenger access and wayfinding, and even in construction. So we went from a 43-foot interior diameter to a 40-foot diameter, as you see in the upper top right graphic. The enlarged diameter also allowed for a much more simplified construction approach to other parts of the project, especially the 28th and Little Portugal station. We had originally proposed under the previous design to have to do open construction there in order to build that station. We're able now to fit it into that larger bore tunnel and very much diminish the impacts they're going to have in the community and also save costs on the project. There are other refinements as well that also brought benefit to the project. We've been doing refinements to stations and other aspects of the project, which have, in some cases, added cost, but others reduced cost. But overall, they've made us a much better project. And the costs of the project were, and the increases affecting the project are the economic factors, as Peter has mentioned. So this is what I've been reporting to the board over the last year. So based on the factors that we've been considering, we are now, it didn't move. Based on a lot of the factors that Peter talked about and I've been reporting to the board, we've now moved to a new baseline estimate of $2.2 billion. And that's based on current market conditions, pardon me? 12.2 billion, yeah.
Awesome.
Excuse me. 12.2 billion. And that's based on the market conditions of 2023 dollars. It is based on preliminary engineering having advanced to the over 30% level. And so it is based on more advanced design as opposed to the conceptual designs that were used for the earlier estimates. And that gives us a lot higher confidence in these numbers. I'd like to discuss some of the forecasts in more detail. First of all, talk about the schedule. So the schedule is driven very heavily by the current tunnel and track work contract, and we've been working very closely with the contractor in laying this out. The contract was a few months later in being awarded and both award and notice to proceed. And we also took some time for that innovations period. So that did add some time to the schedule, but I think well worth it in terms of the improvement to the project. In addition, we have more detailed planning and design of the TBM launch facility and the TBM procurement, and that has affected the schedule as well. And then one of the things that happened going to the larger tunnel diameter is that we do have a slower excavation rate. So that's added some to the schedule, but again, to the overall benefit of the project. And then we went to, as I mentioned, the design bid build approach on the other portions of the project. And that had a minor impact on the schedule, in particular in the systems work, but has brought great benefit in the delivery and also savings and cost in those delivery approaches. And to provide for future uncertainties, we built into the schedule now 23 months of schedule contingency, just to provide for uncertainties going forward. So these impacts have resulted in the 2036 schedule date. And as you can see on the schedule here, we're now in the engineering and procurement phase and proceeding with early works construction. And the heavy construction will start in 2025, going through to 2033. And then we have the 2 years of system testing and commissioning that's required to start up the project. I'd like to talk a little more about the baseline schedule as well. I'm sorry, a little more about the new baseline cost estimate. So, as previously discussed, it is based on refined project configuration and the innovations. The estimate base year is second quarter 2023. It is year of expenditure dollars in our estimate, so we've accounted for escalation going forward. We do our own market saturation studies, and we're basing it on UCLA forecasting as well. We are basing it on a more advanced design, 30%, and other areas even more than that. And then in terms of the tunnel and track work contract, contract package 2, it is a progressive design build contract, as I've been reporting to you over the last year. And one of the features of that is that the progressive phase allows us to work very closely with the contractor in terms of designing and advancing the approach to the project. But the other factor is that we do not have a guaranteed maximum price until we complete that progressive phase of the contract, which will be sometime next year. So there is some uncertainty in regard to the cost estimate surrounding this particular contract. To help us build confidence in that, we brought in a totally independent cost estimating firm to give us an independent cost estimate for the contract on which we can use as we work together with the contractor to do estimates of the cost. And then as for the schedule, we've included a significant contingency. And if you look at the table on the right, we have about $1.3 billion of allocated contingency specific to line items in our estimate, and we have $1.6 billion approximately in unallocated contingency for things yet to be discovered and based on our risk analyses. So we have a good contingency in there. But as Peter pointed out in his explanation of the FTA process, these are subject to change because we will be moving on and taking them to the Federal Transit Administration. They will then do their own intensive review, and they'll do their own independent risk assessment to align and determine those costs and schedule forecasts. Just a few things about the major cost drivers. We have increased construction costs are the biggest factor that's affecting us for all the reasons that Peter just explained in terms of inflation and escalation. We do have a more advanced design, which is benefiting us in that, but there was some costs associated with that. And of course, with the schedule extension, time is money, so we do have some increased costs as a result of the schedule. But we have built in those higher contingencies, which will give us some benefits going forward. And then I just wanted to point out a couple of things that remind you of what I've been reporting to the board in terms of the ongoing value engineering constructability reviews that we're performing. And that's going to help us going forward in terms of controlling the costs and hopefully even finding ways to reduce the cost. And our goal is not to have to tap into those contingencies that we have there, or certainly not use them up to the full extent, so that we can try to go towards a better schedule and cost results. And we'll try to advance the slide. There we go. So just a couple of things on cost control measures. As I mentioned, the value and constructability work that we're doing. We're doing independent cost estimates in all parts of the project to give us further confidence in what we're doing. And then we are working closely with the contractor in reviews and evaluations. The progressive design build contract has a feature in it that allows us to have open book reviews of estimates being done. And then we're looking at different contracting and bidding options and implementation strategies with the contractor to help us move forward. And here is the timeline that Peter mentioned earlier with the FTA and set it out for our project specifically. So we will be moving and providing these cost and schedule and risk assessments that we've done to the FTA. They will then perform their own risk assessment, and then it will go into receiving the results, and then we will submit a request for entry into New Starts Engineering. So that's the next big milestone ahead of us. And then once FTA approves our entry into New Starts Engineering, we'll move forward to the point where we can submit to the FTA our requests for a full funding grant agreement. And we're looking to achieve that goal of getting the full funding grant agreement before the end of 2024.
Yep, let me clarify one thing on that, just to make, well, put a finer point on this. Where we show the Q1 2024 and we say we're going to submit requests for entry into New Starts Engineering, we have been submitting all the long list of documents that Peter had shown. And we have our cost and schedule that's going in right now. So that's the cost and schedule we're showing you today. FTA does, as they do, goes through everything very thoroughly. They do this risk assessment. There's risk assessment results. There's discussions also in terms of what the FTA thinks they can afford in the future amongst all the other projects. And at that point is when we'll have what the budget is for the project that we will put into New Start. So come Q1 2024, that is, that's the number that we'll put in that will be set in stone for the remainder, for the full funding grant agreement that will go forward throughout the life of the project that FTA will be measuring us against. And to let you know, for phase one, we just closed that out 3 weeks ago, I think. Krishna's not here. He helped do a lot of that work, and Krishna Davi. But we closed that out three weeks ago, about $120 million under budget. But that budget number was set in 2011 when we were going for the FFGA. So we lived with that for 12 years till we closed that project out. So that will be the number that we sit with. So I just want everybody to understand that it could change from that 12.2. We don't know what that number will be. And the financial plan can change from what we're showing you today, but I just want to make sure we'll put a fine point on that number, and you may see us come back, you will see us come back with whatever that number is, whether it's the same or lower or higher, we will be back.
Okay, with that, I'll pass it on to Greg Richardson.
Could we maybe ask questions before we switch on, or would you rather just go through the whole thing?
I think Greg has just a couple slides, right?
Just a few.
It's either way, either way.
It's up to the chair.
Let's go forward, Greg.
Okay. And if you don't like them, I'm Jim Lawson, so there you go.
Your mic.
Oh, sorry.
So I'll go through this, and just as a reminder for everybody, what we're going to talk about here is really at a high level. Most of the detail information regarding the financial plan and the overall funding plan we'll discuss at the workshop. So this just gives you kind of a rough understanding of what's of what's happening. Darn it! Thank you. Now I'm feeling like Gary. There it is. All right. No. You guys want to go ahead and do it? So one thing I wanted to make sure of is just as a reminder for how the process will work. One of the things we're required to do in this process with the FFGA is not just simply to provide funding for the project, which is what that first section is identifying. So the project cost of $11.8 billion with financing costs right now identified as $481 million. But additionally, we've got to make sure that we've got a plan in place that ensures that we can fund the current level of the existing VTA service, at the same time provide VTA assets in the state of good repair, and also fund the operations and maintenance of the overall BART system that we're responsible for. So these are all things that when we're developing the overall funding plan, it's not just simply identifying the dollars for the project, but it's making sure that we've got the dollars for the entire VTA. On the next slide, this basically is the gist of what I should probably be talking about today. I mean, so the comparison here is showing when we put forward our application for the new starts, which was the $9.3 billion, the funding plan that we had identified at that time, which was very quick, I will say. I mean, it was putting together this information so we could get the application in and get into the budget for the president. But when we did that, the FTA number we assumed and we've identified we expect 49.4%. So the new starts number, the $4.6 billion, was a main driver for our funding. Now, at the same time, we identified in the funding plan the amounts for Measure A, the 2016 Measure B. We had at the time thought we had known about the TIRSIP dollars from the state. We were anticipating another amount from TIRSIP for the other 750. So that's what you're seeing there is the state MTC funds of 750, and then the RM3 dollars, and we had assumed some offset on a P3. So that gets us to the $9.3 billion. The number that's significant here is the Measure B. So if you go to the current estimate, which is at the $12.2 billion, the share from the feds is staying at the 49.4%, so with every dollar increase, there's a 49.4 cent available funding that we're anticipating coming from the feds. Measure A didn't move too much, but Measure B did move up because effectively by using only $875 million on the first application, we had a tremendous amount of capacity still within the program to fund any increases that were going to come through. So that capacity was there for us to ensure that we could fund any increase from that perspective. And then the TIRSIP dollars came in basically at the 750 plus the 375. The one outstanding amount now that we've talked about is the 375 that MTC will be voting on later next week and then 2 weeks after that. So the main idea of getting to that $3 billion or $2.9 billion increase is really coming from the distribution of the Measure B dollars and then the federal dollars for the new starts. So if you go to the next slide, please. So just some assumptions, and this again will be things that we'll talk a little bit more in detail at the workshop because these do have impact on what ultimately the funding plan can show. So again, the FFGA will assume 49.4% for project cost, or 49.4% from the new starts for the project cost. We are assuming in the model about a 13-year period for the FFGA, which also means that during that period we're assuming about a $500 million annual number. So that is an item that we've got to address and figure out exactly do we expect and will we see $500 million a year. And so that's one of the items that we'll have to identify in this process. From the sales tax side, the Measure A sunsets in fiscal year 36. So from a modeling perspective, and this is pretty consistent throughout, and we did it on Measure A as well, from an operating perspective, and again, this is not on the project dollars, but for operating purposes, we've assumed some level of same funding that we're getting from the Measure A number. So something else will be filling that gap when the sunset occurs. Again, that's from a modeling perspective, and that's what we've got to make sure we identify. And again, that's from an operations perspective, not from the funding of the project.
So just real quickly, it's we're a little over 21% of
20.75.
Yeah, 20.75% of our Measure A dollars go into our current operations. So there's an assumption that when that sales tax expires, we'd have some other measure or some other fund source to take its place.
Right, and that's again on the operating side. The other assumption we're making, the two things related to the state and/or MTC dollars, is on the TIRSIP, we're assuming that's going to be more proportional to the project expenses. So that's going to be a little bit longer duration to receive those dollars. The state and the MTC dollars, recently the 375 from the state came from the general fund. We anticipate the MTC will sort of be handled the same way. Those need to be spent a little bit sooner, and so we're expecting those dollars to be spent a little bit faster. The next slide just gives a quick view of the Measure A. So Measure A, and we've talked about it from the UCLA forecast. Last forecast we did was in 2020, and that's how most of the funding was identified for modeling purposes for the last submittals that we did. So between 2020 and 2023, the Measure A amount increased by $623 million. And that's available for us to utilize. And right now, we haven't really utilized a lot of that number for this next submittal, but those dollars will be identified and utilized accordingly as we model a little bit more. On the next one, on the 2016 Measure B, this again is where it looked a little squirrely, I guess you could say. On the 2020 version, we didn't use as much of the money for the project, and so that hashed area is really the remaining capacity that was there for 2016. So that hashed amount plus the goldish brownish amount above, that's the total amount for what would be for the project dollars. And so what's happening now in the 2023 with nearly a $2 billion increase in the Measure B overall dollars, we're now looking as though we're going to utilize most of those dollars for this particular project related to Measure B, and still staying within the 23.8% allocation percentage that was identified by the board. Next slide, please. And again, from a pie chart perspective, this is just showing that, you know, from current utilization, 21.4% is being utilized of the current Measure B anticipated dollars for this project, staying within the 23.8, meaning there's a remaining 2.4 available funds for it, and then the rest, of course, is going to the other programs related to Measure B. The next slide. Next slide is a little busy. I just wanted you to understand and see that on a yearly basis, this is what we're projecting as far as dollars being spent on the project. So the very upper section of this chart shows the spend, and then below shows the different funding sources that will be identified on an annual basis. And if you go to the next slide, the reason I wanted to show this, and some people said you're nuts to do it, but I just want to make sure everyone understands. I mean, so the line graph that's running along each of the fiscal years, that's showing the actual spend in those years. The bar graph on each of those years is identifying the source of funds that are coming in each of those years. The reason I wanted to show this is just to make sure everyone understands. So in those years of fiscal year 28, 29, in those years, that's the time where I know that we have to figure out how we're going to finance some of this project. It's not that funding is not available, it's just the timing of when the funds come in. And so that's the timing of when you'll start seeing us potentially go out to the bond market or wherever to identify funding or financing tools to fund the necessary expenditures that will be coming in. And so that's the reason I wanted to show this. In the aggregate, all of those bars and all of those lines, they match and they equal the same, but it just simply goes back to the timing of when those dollars come in and how we have to anticipate those funds to come in to pay for the expenses of the project. And that, I believe, is the last thing I've got.
I would just make a point while this slide is up there, having come from a different agency with a large expansion program. We went out to the market a lot earlier than this to borrow. I mean, like you know, this is almost pay as you go. This is really impressive. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Before going to colleagues for questions, we'll go to members of the public for comments. I have one card from Harry Nell, is it? Neil, excuse me. Welcome.
Great. Good evening, members of the board, Chairperson Burt, Vice Chairperson Chavez. Just wanted to say, I know it always sucks to see costs go up, especially on a project that's already very expensive. But as some unfortunate opinions on the internet have said, it's not your guys' fault. It's not like you guys are personally going and digging new pits to throw the money in. You know, there's a lot more factors at play, and seeing that our board members and our staff do care a lot about keeping those cost increases as controlled as possible. It is very good to see, and it does help reinforce the faith in a project that is imperfect but very necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have any other members of the public to speak online?
Yes, we do. Eugene, you may begin speaking when you're ready.
Evening once again, board members, Eugene Bradley, Silicon Valley Transit users. I echo the comments of the prior speaker, and this coming from somebody who originally opposed having the BART project. So even more so than ever, now that I've seen both the press conference as well as Peter Rogoff's great informative presentation. My biggest question I have for VTA right now, more than ever, if they do get contractors for this project, what will they do to ensure that the project remains on budget and on time as much as possible? Let's do what we can, even more so, to avoid a repeat of what happened with the construction of the Alum Rock bus lanes, which blew its budget and was delivered late. Let's do what we can to avoid that. Best way to get public trust is to make sure the project is built on time and on budget as much as possible. Thank you.
The next speaker is Michael. Go ahead, please, and begin speaking when you're ready. Michael?
Mr. Chair and Directors, Michael Lane, State Policy Director for SPUR. SPUR believes that the South Bay Area region should have high-quality public transit and supports bringing BART to San Jose. We're not surprised by the cost and schedule increases, but are nonetheless disappointed by them. What is particularly difficult about this is that two things are both true. One, we need to bring BART to San Jose, and two, we remain dangerously close to a fiscal cliff for public transit in the Bay Area at a time when the public and many elected officials are extremely skeptical about funding transit and public trust is low. This was a predictable outcome, but not an inevitable one, and every agency in the state is struggling with the same problems. Our hope is that VTA will become one of the strongest advocates for project development and delivery reform. We simply can't afford for this to keep happening. Further, it is incumbent upon every city represented here to make sure land use decisions that bring people near transit in the South Bay. Our transit ridership problem is still in large part a land use problem that transit-oriented communities can solve. Thank you.
That's the end of the public comment.
Thank you. So we return to colleagues. First, Director Blankley.
Thank you. I have the same question that I had in the briefings, and so I want to bring it up here so that it's sure to be addressed at the board workshop. And that is, how much of these costs, the $12.2 billion, can be attributed to the decision to increase the diameter of the bore and the platforms, the things that were in our control. They are conscious decisions on VTA's part to do something different that is, you're calling it advancing, but I think all of us in all of our cities have had to scale back fire stations and scale back police stations from all the things that we'd love it to have. So I would like to request that at the workshop, we not just be told one single number, but what are all the contributing dollars to this particular decision, because possibly board members would make a different decision than what staff is recommending, given how much this costs. That would be my request.
Yeah, Director Blanca, yes, we'll do that. We'll have a far more detailed discussion at the workshop.
Everything having to do with the things that we would like, and not just the construction cost increase. Okay, thanks.
Director Jane.
Thank you. Well, I'm pleased to see that we have large contingencies in both budget and schedule. I'd like to know for the board workshop, what were the percentages of contingency in the original FTA funding plan at $9.3 billion? What was the percentage of contingency built in, and did those percentages go up in this current estimate of $12.2 billion? And then are the inflation, this is probably for Peter Rogoff, are the inflation and supply chain issues kind of blips? Supply chain seem to have been due to COVID, and inflation was COVID related, but then the federal government pumped a lot of money into the economy, causing inflation. Are those blips that would go away, and what percentages of inflation have we planned into these designs? And finally, I'm actually at an NCPA conference, and there's still, huge materials that have very long lead times. Are those lead times causing the schedule delays? I know part of it is the larger diameters causing a slower bore rate, but I'd like to understand, it's actually more disturbing to me, the schedule slip, than the cost overruns, because we need to reduce congestion in the Bay Area. We've got to get our climate carbon footprint down and so on. So pushing out the schedule so much is more concerning than the cost. So I'd like to sort of understand some of those. Thank you.
So Director Jane, I'll just take on the particular question about whether we're at a blip or whether we're at a new normal. And I don't know if we can get that slide back up in my presentation where I show the individual drivers of the producer price index from individual commodities. The concern is that I think people were expecting that the material prices would come down as the supply chain problems eased. Now, the supply chain problems have not eased as dramatically as I think the media might think. But I think also there's a considerable concern that these new material costs could be a new normal and are going to have to be built into project estimates. I mean, when I talk about contractors wanting to avoid uncertainty, it's because they don't know. And they're not going to be the ones catching the down, the fact that they didn't come down. What is becoming more and more common, thank you, that's the slide right there. What's becoming more and more common is contract mechanisms that are met between the owner and the contractor that has them share, either insulate the contractor from price escalations on materials, or at least have them share in both the upside and the downside from materials. That's the best answer I can give on that part of the equation. As far as how it plays out in the individual project price, I think Gary probably needs to speak to that.
Yeah, well, we'll certainly address that in the workshop as well. And also give you more details on the schedule concern that you have, Director Jane.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Great. Director Lopez?
I will just echo what Director Jane just said, because he captured it perfectly, and also requests more detail. It wasn't clear to me from the materials that we received in the packet. I know you had a slide up there about the schedule, but specifically kind of the parallel to Director Blankley's question, which is a good one, really breaking out the impacts to price and what is causing those. I would request that for the schedule, because while the price increase is extremely regrettable, and I think we all have a responsibility to keep costs down, and I'm nervous how much we're butting up against some of the flexibility that we had before with Measure B and those kinds of sources. But it's certainly understandable and unsurprising given the market conditions that we're seeing. But what is even more concerning to me is the schedule, and I think we have a responsibility because I believe so much in the importance of this project, and because we owe it to our community to deliver, to really see what kind of levers we have to pull, if any, on the schedule and timeline. And first would be to understand what those are. And Greg, also, I love your last two slides. I might follow up offline with more detailed questions, because that's probably a little in the weeds for the purpose of tonight, but very helpful to see it presented that way. I do appreciate your presentation. Very easy to understand, and I'll have a couple more questions. Thanks.
And I would just add a couple of comments. First, I really appreciated Mr. Rogoff's emphasis on this severe choke point in not only the supply chain, but the workforce. And we have facing not only mega transportation projects, but we have a drastic transformation in our entire power system and utilization, essentially the electrification of buildings and transportation that we're just ramping up on. And we have a severe choke point in that workforce as well. I know that we have drivers in these infrastructure investments through the historic infrastructure bill, and then we have some funding toward trying to address some of these choke points, including in the Inflation Reduction Act. But I worry that the federal government and to a lesser extent the state government has under-recognized what a critical choke point exists. And if we don't move aggressively to build that workforce at every level, from skilled labor up through civil and electrical engineers, that all of these things that we nationally and in this project are doing are going to be severely impacted. And yet it's a relatively modest investment to create incredible opportunity for workers at every level, all the way up to businesses that should be expanding in civil engineering greater than they are to take advantage of this opportunity. It's a relatively modest investment and a very severe impact if that investment is not adequate, and right now it's not adequate. And we're behind the curve and falling further behind. And I think legislatively, this is something that we may want to engage on in a more active way. It's certainly not limited to this project, but it's extremely important. And the same principle affects all of us as we're looking for this massive transformation and electrification. They're part of the same package. Then I'll also note that this board earlier this year asked the Auditor General to expand the work plan in a significant way toward significantly greater involvement in the BART Phase 2 risk assessment and other related matters. I think that's going to be extremely important to have that additional party analysis and accountability to the board, so the board is even more engaged with these issues. Along that same line, the Vice Chair and I have discussed and intend to appoint a board ad hoc committee focused specifically on the BART Phase 2 finance and risk factors. And we'll be creating that committee shortly. We're working through some of the composition issues. But basically, because of how important this is, and that really in the Phase 1, we had a greater board engagement than has been the case in the last few years, it's really appropriate that we have that active and even deeper participation. And so get ready to roll up your sleeves. And do we have any other board members? Director Kamei.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chair, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, even though I'm new here at the VTA, I've seen how the costs just continue to escalate. But I really think that we have to do something about building that workforce. We ought to be working right now with our partners to be able to look at any opportunities that we can create or we can leverage or what we can move forward. I know that we each do it in our own ways, but I think that together we can do a lot more. And I think that the opportunity is there. But I also think that we, as you mentioned, we have to roll up our sleeves. So I think that, I am committed to this. I see that we need more, and as electrification comes, there are jobs of the future that we should be preparing for right now. And I think that more needs to be done. So sign me up for whatever it is that you need to sign people up for. But I think we have partners that we can work with now because it's going to take time. This problem is not a new problem. This problem has been ongoing, and it's only going to get worse. Once we start thinking about what's going to happen at the Dearborn station, we're not going to be able to complete things because we don't have anyone to do the work. So I think that anything that can accelerate, assist, do whatever is necessary, I think we can be a leader here in the Bay Area. And we ought to start now and just move it. So it's something that I feel very strongly about, but let's do it.
All right, well, you're on board. This last year, I spent considerable amount of time proposing and engaging with Senator Becker and Assemblymember Berman's staff to try to initiate at least a pilot legislative effort focused on the electrification side. This is more broad than that. We didn't get that legislation proposed this year, but I'm hoping we can gang up. And I know Assemblymember Berman has certainly expressed a great deal of interest in VTA's affairs, and this is something where he could actually step forward and really have a valuable impact in a substantive way.
Yeah, just one of, and I appreciate what you're saying. Workforce development is one of my key initiatives when I came here. And so in operations, we have a really dedicated workforce group now that is primarily working in terms of our labor that helps support our operations and getting us ready for this electrification. But we're also have a full workforce development program also and retooled it all, and we're still tooling, or whatever you want to call it, in the HR department as well, in the people office. So Sonia Morrison, who isn't here today, she actually has done quite a bit of work in trying to move that forward. But the more work, the partnering is really critical. So I think we really should be looking at that and having a key focus by board members as well to help support us. But I appreciate that. Thank you.
Director Mahan.
Thank you, Chair, and also really appreciate your comments. I hope we can talk more at the board workshop and beyond about what we can do collectively to accelerate investments in workforce. We're seeing this across every important initiative we have, that we just don't have sufficient trained and skilled folks to do the work. So I really appreciate that point. Certainly want to reiterate, I'm sure it doesn't need to be said, I think we all agree, but just how critical this project is, and look forward to working with everyone to make sure that we deliver it to the best of our ability within time and within our means. I don't think we can anticipate going back to the voters. I think we have to. I think we have some good news here in terms of the sales tax revenue, and that's a positive. But I hope that as we work through this together, starting with the workshop, and I realize I'm newer to the board, that maybe to the point, Chair, you made about deeper engagement as we get into this next phase here, that we're very transparent and we understand what value engineering options there are, what trade-offs we can make. I think Mayor Blankley pointed to that with the diameter question. One I always have is about time, because we know that with every project, time is such a driver of cost. And so we can save it for the workshop, but I'm interested to understand, if we haven't already, my understanding is we still haven't, how quickly can we get in the order for the boring machine, and what's the next longest pull after that, and where can we shave, even if we think it's only weeks, where can we shave weeks off of stages in the process, just because we're going to continue to see cost escalation, and there's carrying cost on any of the financing. So I look forward to that conversation at the board retreat. In the meantime, I also wanted to just thank colleagues, Vice Chair Chavez and Director Avekoga for working together. The three of us have been certainly lobbying and advocating and working with our colleagues at MTC to make sure that the Metropolitan Transportation Commission comes through with the $375 million that we very much need from them. So I appreciate the collective effort to make the case to our regional partners that this is a project of huge regional significance and we have to follow through on it. But with that, really looking forward to the board workshop and then 5 days later, the vote at MTC.
Director Davis.
Thank you. I have a question about slide 45, and it's the one with the major cost drivers, and there are not numbers on each of these bullets. I'm wondering if in the workshop we'll be able to have specific numbers about what part of the additional $3 billion is increased construction costs, is advanced design of project, et cetera, for each of the bullets. I was hoping for that tonight. As you know, Carolyn, I asked about that on Monday, and I'd really like to see where the additional $3 billion is coming from. I totally understand that increased construction costs are hitting everybody, but I want to know what the factors are that are coming to us.
And what we can and can't control, and what we control, we need to do it as well as we can.
Yes.
Yes.
So will that be part of the discussion?
That will be part of the board workshop as well.
Okay, great. I'd actually like to see this exact slide with numbers at the workshop.
Okay.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Chavez.
Thank you. Deb, I think that's an excellent point, and I want to just reinforce how important I think that is. And I also, so I think being able to understand that wheel is really critical in terms of cost drivers. And then the other thing I'll just say is that I also think that for a project this big and this complex, the amount of contingency and how we build in, I think, Peter, what you hit on was this total lack of risk sharing in the market right now is dramatic. And, I've served in public office for, a while, and I have to say that this is a definite shift in the market in a way that I haven't seen it as it relates to public projects, large public projects, frankly, even medium-sized public projects. So anyway, I think as we get to the workshop, one of the things I'm really interested in taking a look at, to follow up on Mayor Mahan's point, is the max and minimum on timing. Sometimes when we get the charts that are sort of broad, we're going to try to hit within this quarter. I think the point that Mayor Mahan's raising about how much more precise we can get, and frankly, where the risk is going to be time, is going to be a big part of the risk. I think the tunnel is just, it's just riddled with challenge. But seeing where we think that is on the outer end, and then where we think it is on the inner, would also be helpful. And then just the last thing, two last things. One is that I am requesting, as part of our referral component of the meeting today, that we take a look at tunnel projects that have been done. I think it would be valuable for either members of the ad hoc committee or some members of the board to have an opportunity to look at and meet with staff and board members in other places. There's at least one in California, just to better understand as board members what are the opportunities and where should we be leaning in, but also to understand staff to staff, the risks that they saw and how they did the charting that we're asking about. So anyway, that's going to be as part of a referral. And then lastly, Gary and Greg, I just want to say this is such a challenging project, and bringing news that says, oh, it's going to be more expensive and take longer is not an easy thing. But I just want to really encourage the staff to not be fearful of being transparent, because I think the more information the board has and the more information the public has, the better opportunity we're going to have just to keep the momentum of the project going. And then, and I think Peter put it in context in a way that I think was incredibly helpful, which is to understand that where we are in the pack, and then how are we ahead of the pack? What is it that we're going to do here at VTA that means that we're going to have an opportunity to finish this project in a more you know, in the most structured, best, cost-efficient way that we can. That's also a really safe project. So anyway, I'm looking forward to that, and I just wanted to say thank you to the staff. And I never thought I would say this, but I can hardly wait till the workshop, because I want to see the chart you're going to give Dev. Thank you.
Director Lee.
Yes, good evening. Great presentation, and certainly there's a lot of unknowns. I do share some of the concerns that Director Jane mentioned regarding the delay and slipping on schedule, because timing is everything, and these number of years of delays is certainly a huge concern. And as we know, the longer you take to build it, the higher the risk of the cost overrun. The other thing I really am concerned about is the number of bids people or that we've been experiencing. I don't know what the strategy is, if there's any way we can make the bids into smaller chunks so that we could actually have more different bidders that could be easier to qualify on each of these parts, so that we actually have a more competitive process. What I really don't want is to have zero bidder or just one bidder at the end of the day, and then we have to go back and keep finding somebody else and only end up with one. And then obviously at that point, we really have very little leverage in terms of cost control. And so whatever it takes, whatever the strategies, I would love to hear about that at the workshop as well. Thank you.
Gary, do you want to address the how to get maybe more bidders and pretty much what had gone on in the past? Just the change we made over the last year to be able to hopefully attract more bidders, and then also potentials that we have with the progressive design build.
Yes, Director Lee, we've been looking at this very hard, how we can attract more bidders, because we had some bad experiences when we tried to go out with the CP1 systems contract. We only had one potential bidder. When we tried to go out with the yard and maintenance facility, we had two potential bidders, and not sure that was going to hold up. So that's one of the reasons that we also kind of restructured the delivery approach, such that I think what we have to do is try to package these contracts in a way that they're smaller and we'll get more competition. The tunnel and track work contract is a very large contract, even for a firm as good as Kiewit. And if we can scale them down a bit and get more competition, we'll get a lot more, better pricing. And even within the contract package too, we have the flexibility under the progressive design build contract to bid out portions of the work under the Kiewit Shea trailer contract. And so we're working with them in doing that. So those are definitely strategies we're looking at going forward to be get more competitive bidding and better pricing.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, I think that concludes this item.
Yeah, I just want to remind everybody that the workshop is October 20th, and it will be, we will go over more detail on the costs and definitely more details on the financials. Though Greg's sneering at me, but I will say a 20-year, the financial plan that we'll do has, it isn't just for a financial plan to give to FTA to show that we can construct it. It's a financial plan that we use to know that we can construct the project, we can construct what we need to do, we can handle our state of good repair for our whole system, and we can operate our system, and we can operate BART. So it's really important to understand that, and it does have those aspects of looking at sensitivity analysis and those types of those things as well. And I think some of those efforts that we are going to do, we will probably talk about some of these cost control measures, Gary, that's on the screen now, and then we'll also provide any other information regarding how we move forward. But the financial piece is very important, and those costs that go in and the sensitivity around the costs feed into the sensitivity that goes into the financial plan. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now move on to jumping back to item number 5, which was reports. Committee reports. The written reports for items 5.1A through 5.1C are in the online packet. There are no policy advisory board chairpersons reports for items 5.1D. So we'll now take public comments on all items under committee reports. Do we have any members of the public wish to speak? No hands. Thank you. So we'll now close public comments on 5.1, and we'll move on to the general manager's report. Reminder to the public, we'll take public comment at the conclusion of all items under the GM report. Carolyn?
Yeah, I'm going to skip some of my things, but I'm going to go to 2 items. The first is ridership. I want to actually sort of celebrate. We had record-breaking ridership. We exceeded over 100,000 riders in one day. We have not done that since March 9th, 2020, pre-pandemic. So our ridership has been growing. We're really proud of the workforce to getting it out there. We've made a few changes, small adjustments to the transit service to reflect new travel demand patterns, and we continue to add the services needed as we hire and train new operators. We also have a steady increase in the number of riders to Levi Stadium, as you see, but we are seeing growth year over year for Levi Stadium events as well. And then I'm going to skip a few of these next slides, actually probably all of the slides, and go straight to introducing our new Chief Communications Officer, Patrice Smith. She's our first Chief Communication Officer here at VTA, and she will be responsible for overseeing communications, marketing and creative services, community outreach, and customer service departments. She has over 20 years of experience driving communication strategies for public and private companies and nonprofit organizations. Patrice, why don't you come on down and say a few words about yourself? And welcome her to VTA.
Well, good evening, everyone. It is my pleasure to be here and to be joining VTA. I am a San Jose State alum. Very proud to be very proud to be working back here in San Jose. I come with a very long list of communications accolades and communications experience, most recently in healthcare, and looking to bring all of those skills to VTA and to advance the work that we have going on. And I'm very excited about the projects that we have underway. And thank you.
Thanks, Patrice. And the government affairs updates in the online agenda in your packet, and the ridership and security reports are there as well. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I know I have a very short report. Thank you.
Yes, Director Torres.
No, I just want to say congratulations to Patrice. She is a constituent of District 3, the council district I serve, and so she has been an amazing neighborhood leader, civic leader, and so now I'm super glad that we get to work with her on VTA. So thank you.
And she's a super walker. She walks a lot.
Great. Thank you, Carolyn. We'll take public comments on reports if we have any.
There are no hands raised.
Great, okay. And then that closes 5.2. Chairperson's report, I have no additional reports other than what we've already discussed earlier on the ad hoc committee on BART financial oversight. And we'll now go on to other items. Item 8.1 is for items of concern and referral to the administration, and I know Vice Chair Chavez has a referral.
Thank you, colleagues. And in your packet, there are actually 3 of them. One is, they're all related to items that we've had already today. One is that I am requesting that staff provide the board a report regarding tunneling and looking for options so that the board can get really knowledgeable about that. So that's one. The second is that we had on our item today earlier relative to the Cerrone Yard, one thing that was not able to be fulfilled in that 30-day timeline was to work with the staff and our unions on ensuring safe, secure, and practical solutions for rest between shifts and overnights that the staff had raised. So what I'm requesting is that the staff begin that process and have some deeper conversations and be able to report back to the board next month just about what's the plan moving forward and any recommendations that they have for us. And then lastly, earlier this evening, we had a complaint from somebody who was working with a subcontractor, and given just the incredible volume of contracts and subcontractors that VTA is managing, I'm requesting that staff provide a report within 30 days of the processes and procedures VTA uses currently to hold contractors accountable. One, so that we're not held accountable, but two, so that we understand what the oversight method is, especially as it relates to disputes between contractors. Thank you, colleagues.
And I see no other lights, so we were able to accommodate all of the public comments and non-agendized items, so that allows us to move on to item number 9, which is closed session. For the board will be discussing item 9.1A, which we have on our screen here. Thank you for the specifics in the closed session item. And are there any members of the public who want to speak on this closed session item?
There are no hands raised, Chair.
Thank you. So we'll close public comment. Thank you again, everybody who participated tonight. Yeah, we're going to go into closed session for about 30 minutes, then we'll reconvene and close out the meeting here. We'll be going in the next room over that away.
Recording stopped.
Yes, vote yes.
Okay.
Tell everyone to vote.
So even though we got the 750, we still need another.
The 375 is half. That wasn't really clear on the spot.
It's not super clear because it's hard to get across.
375 was awarded by Calstone with an instruction that Adam.
That's what you're talking about next week at program.
We need that money.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Oh, they're there.
10:16.
Okay, we're now back in open session. Evelyn, will you provide closed session report?
Yes, thank you, Chair. There were no reportable actions taken by the board in closed session this evening.
And on that note, our meeting is adjourned. Oh, nope, we're all good? Okay, good night.
Thank you.
Night.
Recording stopped.